So we're gonna have a good time. We're gonna really get into some nuts and bolts. I'm an organic meat sack. That is true. So this is spicy. This is spicy all the way around. Big shout out to Nefis, who I'm going to keep shouting out. He did all the work on this. I have not watched his video. I specifically did not watch his video because I didn't want to be biased by his video. His video came out after I overly medicated last night and laid down because my hands hurt. I was up early this morning. I said, I'll be live by 11. I'll be live by 11:30. I'll be live by 11:45. Ladies and gentlemen, some of this stuff that I'm going to show you today is the fucking Kraken. You go down this rabbit hole and God doesn't know what's going on at Intrepid Studios in their accounting department. I truly believe this. Hey, Fates. I truly believe this. I'm not being facetious. I think the Intrepid Studios books are so cooked. The IRS is just going to look at it and say, "Oh hell no, we ain't touching that. We ain't getting involved in that." It is like I have been responsible for going and looking at contracts that haven't been touched in 16 years. Hey, St. Gabriel, and reviewing those. And I like to think like I'm qualified, right?
Well, I attended Juilliard. I'm a graduate of the Harvard Business School. I travel quite extensively. I lived through the Black Plague, and I had a pretty good time during that. I've seen The Exorcist about 167 times, and it keeps getting funnier every single time I see it. Not to mention the fact that you're talking to a dead guy. Now, what do you think? You think I'm qualified? Well,
like
I didn't.
No, these books, man. Now, John Moore should never have been in charge of a company that was going to have more than $1 million. John Moore needs to immediately be investigated by the state of California. Every single business he owns, every single business John Moore owns needs to be investigated. I believe at one point, and I don't have my old notebooks, I believe at one point John Moore had federal contracts. John Moore allegedly owns a bunch of other companies. Again, I got rid of a lot of my stuff. One, when my computer blew up, but two, I was clearing out old notebooks and stuff, and I was like, shit, I'm not covering ashes anymore. Fuck this shit. So we're gonna dive in, and I'll go down rabbit holes as we go. I'll answer questions as I can. Do I completely understand Intrepid's books? No, not in the slightest. John Moore doesn't understand their books. Nobody does. Nobody can. And I'll prove that. And y'all are gonna be mad. By the way, it would be hilarious and legendary if somebody just tagged Steven, like PM'd him on Discord and said, Jalan is going over your books, because this guy is the PIMP. He's been talking to Jason Karamanis. He's the one releasing these books. He's been putting out everything. And this guy, who nothing but love, all respect. And if I'm saying 100% love, 100% respect, I never give that as an accolade. Ever. I usually have one or two things I can find. Nothing but love. This guy puts out a video, and within just a couple of minutes of the video being put out, we would like to inform you we have received a privacy concern about your content. Before we review the content, we would like to give you an opportunity to review it, and if necessary, modify or remove any potentially private information. Receiving this notice does not imply a violation of the YouTube privacy guideline. And then, when he posted it on his own private Reddit, which, by the way, Stephen Sharif, to my knowledge, is still the lead moderator. Ashes of Creation Reddit. Let's see if Stephen Sharif is still the lead moderator on the Reddit. He is. Stephen Sharif is still the lead moderator on the Ashes of Creation Discord. Yeah, he banned Nefis from his Discord, from the Ashes of Creation Discord. But Steven wanted full transparency, right? So one of Steven's dick-sucking sycophants, or Steven himself, or John, reported in a private Reddit, just a video link. So, after finding out about all of that information, here's a word from our sponsors. And by sponsors, I mean the wonderful team of people that I keep on retainer to keep my ass from litigation. Number one, this presentation is produced, owned, and distributed by PGN Media, which retains full editorial control and responsibility for its content, under the protections of the First Amendment to the United States. The presenter, that is me, is acting solely as a representative and agent of PGN Media in the creation and delivery of this content. The presenter, me, has a background in education and journalism, which is important because under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. And I promise you I will hit all of those points sometime during the show. This presentation is being made in good faith based on knowledge, information PGN Media believes to be accurate at the time of publication. Time hack. Today is 4/11/2026. It is 12:55 p.m. Central Time. Truth is a recognized defense to claims of defamation under applicable law. A motion has been granted to seal court filings. However, PGN Media is not party to this court case and does not fall under the jurisdictions of the California court system or the Federal District Court of California. I am required to inform you if you want to litigate against me. I am subject to the federal jurisdiction of Southern Illinois, and you can file there. Finally, some entries on the ledger have been edited by PGN Media to ensure maximum privacy. So, let's rock and roll. Deposits. That is a big fucking number. $133,203,517.55. That's specific enough for you, Steven? Are we obfuscating any truths? I didn't want to round. I didn't want to give you I didn't want there to be any confusion. That's how much money under the direction of the CEO, who's always been the CEO to my knowledge, and the CFO, who was the CFO most of the time, money just went right out the door. So sales, $16,201,401 in sales. Returns not reflected in this total. Tech is also, Steam is not reflected in this total because, to my knowledge, Steam never made a payment. Valve never made a payment because the payment was intercepted. Financials, the starting balance. Let's go all the way back. Let's be Marty McFly and jump in the DeLorean. Let's go all the way back to the very beginning. Your first entry on your ledger, 6/18/2015, a nameless entry into your QuickBooks, a deposit, additional paid-in capital of $200. Okay? To the best of my recollection, Steven stated in an early video, and this is your homework, by the way. I think it was in one of the 2017 Kickstarter videos. It might have been with a content creator interview, though, so I don't know if it's on Intrepid's channel or buried on someone else's. Steven said that he was already $2 million in cash as a creation. Lex took down the wiki. Thus, it's almost impossible to properly source this line. If anyone has it, please let me know. However, we are going to compare this to the capitalization table. Because additional paid-in capital, where is the initial paid-in capital? Because Steven said, oh, hold on, I added a slide. My bad. I wanted to lay out the groundwork. Here's Intrepid Studios Articles of Incorporation in a general stock corporation. It was filed on May 20th, 2015. The company was formed on 20 May 2015, but you don't open a bank account prior to 18 June 2015. Almost a month goes by before you get your bank account. Maybe there's another ledger. I don't know. I don't know if there's another ledger. If Jason Karamanis or Robert Dawson or anybody has another ledger, I will dig through that forever. But what I will tell you is, almost immediately after you file your articles of incorporation, you can get your EIN, your employee identification number, which allows you to open a bank account. Oh no, Jason doesn't start the funding. Let me drive. We're gonna get there. So here's the capitalization table that I said. You had a deposit on 6/18 in 2015 of additional paid-in capital. Now this is really important. Now later on in the show, I'm gonna teach what the split category is in QuickBooks because it's really important. But this document is not private. I need to make sure. This shareholder thing, and you guys are gonna get sick of me saying it, but the guy who called for full transparency keeps striking down videos. So this document is available for California court case 26CU011902 Charlie. You can pull down this. This isn't sealed to my knowledge. Even if it is, I had it before it got sealed. Stephen Sharif supposedly paid in $9.55 million in May of 2015. Now, so that we're clear, this is a bullshit capitalization table. Bullshit. Because it says the numbers of shares are 1,000. Except they don't have any classification of shares at 1,000. If 9.55 million went into your company in May of 2015, then your starting balance should have been a day in May. That should have been 2015, not 2025. But a line above this should have been May, where you put in $9.55 million. Thomas and Bethany Alkazin, again, you'll notice down here, Steven, before you get fucking crazy, the lower entry is me, and I've edited that to take their name off. But I can't take people's names off of capitalization tables that I didn't create. You did. August 15th, $2 million. In August of 2015, Thomas and Bethany had only put in $500,000. And when I dig through that whole ledger, I find 500,000, 500,000, 400,000. So I only find 1.4 million. Where's the other 600,000? Stephen Sharif in 2019, gentlemen, attached below is Intrepid's cap table that I just made. Smiley face emoji. We didn't have one apparently. Oh, fucking really? So you're telling me you made up a capitalization table and you couldn't even get the dates right? You didn't get the dates right. Yaya Legacy Trust, $2.25 million, August of 19. Here is the notice from Beverly Hills Law Corp, dated March 5th, 2019, that they were converting their shares. March, April, May, June, July, August. Why 6 months later did Jason Karamanis' lawyers for the Yaya Legacy Trust have to request a capitalization table? And how did you fuck it up? Knowing that they sent you this letter in March, that would be the date of preferred shares. Is that enough for everybody to know there's some shit going on? Let's dig in more. Trek Holdings. Almost immediately after Thomas and Bethany invest into Intrepid Studios to the tune of $500,000, a transfer to Trek Holding occurs. Now, you have to understand, these numbers over here are not universal. These numbers over here, whoops, I clipped it. These numbers over here are unique per company. How did Trek Holdings take a shareholder distribution when they're not a shareholder? Oh, and if only that was as bad as it is going to get far worse. A distribution recorded as a shareholder distribution to an entity that does not appear on the company's cap table potentially constitutes a misclassification or an improper, undisclosed related party transfer, and may rise to the level of self-dealing or breach of fiduciary duty depending on the ownership and intent. Ownership. Who owns Trek Holdings? Fucking John Moore does. John Moore is the CFO of Intrepid Studios, authorizing payments to himself. Pending suspension in 2017. We're going to hold on to that. That's going to be important. Because you made 2 more shareholder loans in 22 to Trek Holdings, but Trek Holdings was suspended in California, and suspended means cannot legally conduct business. John Moore is the CFO of Intrepid and the owner of Trek Holdings. He's the CFO of Intrepid. He's the owner of Trek Holdings LLC. Funds sent to an SOS suspended entity, labeled as a shareholder loan. Entity is not shown on the capitalization table. This is insider overlap. The CFO is the receiving entity. Also, before Stephen and John get all mad, the documents on the screen on the bottom half are not private. This is a publicly available document. If you go to bizfileonline.sos.california.gov/search/businesses and you search term Trek Holdings, there you go. It's a publicly available document. I'm not releasing anything that is private. Also, you will notice all the redactions are properly in place. So, also, to John Moore's account, which transferred to 6009 appears all over these records. Shareholder distributions to the tune of $110,000. But you're not a shareholder. And you can't do shareholder distributions in a C Corp. We'll get to that later. Where are the shares? When Intrepid Studios was formed, John Moore had 10 million shares, had the authorization to issue 10 million shares. Really key important thing on the screen right now that I'm sure a judge in California is gonna kick a fucking trash can when they realize how much of a mess John and Steven and Robert Dawson and Jason Karamanis and Robert Ogden and Teresa B., who is supposed to be really good at this. This corporation is authorized to issue only one class of shares of stock. The total number of shares which this corporation is authorized to issue is 10 million. Number of shares, 1,000. Preferred. Now, pursuant to this note, my client hereby formally gives you notice that it has decided to exercise its conversion rights. Yaya Legacy Trust is now 4.4% shareholder of Intrepid, with such stock being preferred stock. No, it's not. Because in none of these documents did you ever change your articles of incorporation. And that has to be public. I've checked California law. You would be required to submit an amended filing that says, we are now going to be issuing 2 classes of stock. So all those shareholders, they might as well be holding toilet paper right now until a judge steps in and says, what is going on? So you were authorized to issue 10 million shares of stock, but you're accounting for these shares of stock at 1,000 is 100%. But as I've shown in the past, Thomas and Bethany contributed 2 million and they only got 22 shares of stock. But Robert, the Yaya Legacy Trust, it's not Jason Karamanis at this point, it's the Yaya Legacy Trust. They contributed 2.2 million and they got 44 shares of stock. But as I showed you, Thomas and Bethany never contributed 2 million, they contributed 1.4 million. So now we get to this document, and this is supposedly the document after the master shareholder agreement, where there's 91,087.6 shares of stock in circulation. Where's the other 9.9 million shares of common stock? Because none of this matters. None of this matters because you never filed it. We're going to pause for a moment because the next section requires some clarity, and I'm not trying to be a condescending prick. This is really important. You're going to notice that throughout this whole thing, John is going to keep, as the CFO, is going to keep putting distribution. Distributions can only happen in S corps or LLCs, because a distribution is when an owner is just taking money that's already been taxed. That money has come through, it's subject to tax, I can draw it. It's an owner's draw. A dividend is a company gives profits to its owners. You can only pay dividends if the company has profits. Retained earnings. When I show you their books, you're going to get pissed at the fact that 130 million got pissed away. You're going to be livid. But it must be paid proportionally based on ownership. So when you do your books, we're paying out a dividend. If there's 1,000 shares of stock and we're paying out $1,000 dividend, every share of stock you get is $1. Steven can't do a dividend for his shares of stock and not everybody else's. For a C corporation, and before anybody who's an Ash's White Knight fanboy says, how would you know about C corporations? I was a C-level officer at a corporation, and I am every C-level position at my corporation. You may pay yourself through dividends if you're paying salary and compensation. You cannot pay only dividends. The IRS will come along and spank you. You can salary and compensation like private chefs or cars. And then loans to shareholders must be real loans. There must be written terms, interest, and a repayment schedule. Otherwise, it gets reclassified as income or dividend. Now, this is where Intrepid Studios, this is where John Moore needs to be investigated. Deposit, type is the deposit, date is the date. 3,500 shareholder distributions, 125,000. Shareholder distributions in an S Corp or an LLC are not positive fucking numbers. They're negative numbers. You're distributing money. So right there, you can see that that's a huge swing in their books, and it's wrong. The IRS is going to take a chomp out of that and be like, what's going on? Why are your books this bad? I also think it's funny that shareholder distributions for Ancestry.com. Ancestry.com is one of your investors. Also, if these are shareholder distributions, you may not issue a distribution or a dividend when your company is insolvent. And when your balance is a negative, you got a lot of splaining to do, Lucy, about why you're doing dividends when you have no retained profits. Amazon Fresh, Chase Bank, miscellaneous debit, $18,000 miscellaneous debit. Who walked off with $18,000? Because, ladies and gentlemen, that's your money. That's your sales money that they're just walking off with. iTunes. They didn't need to get iTunes. They could have just listened to PGN music for free in the studio. Oh wait, 2019. Wasn't around yet. But yeah, you can't play iTunes in a business with more than X number of employees. Did you know that? It's the wrong distribution type. Prime Video. Prime Video. Could you have a Prime Video account for the studio? Yes. Is shareholder distribution the proper category for your Prime Video account? No. Salon Draven, $110. Neither John nor Steven have a fucking face that warrants a $110 haircut. Even if they both went with tip, they don't need a $110 haircut. But that's probably when you notice Steven's hairstyle completely changed. That's not a shareholder distribution. Van Candy. $229.99 for Van Candy. Any good fucking accountant, CFO, would have, number one, not named it Van Candy, and number two, they would have put a memo for what you mean. For example, Halloween candy, memo, trunk or treat. Perfectly legitimate. Yeah, Van Candy sounds like they're buying drugs. Withdrawal. Need vendor name. Need vendor name. $17,000 in need vendor name. Just this category. Yeah, this looks like a person funding their personal life through a business. They didn't pierce the veil, they shot a cannon through it. Yeah, Ancestry.com. Yep. $36,796.53. And I know some of you might say, Jay, why didn't you start with the juicier stuff? Because I had to understand their structuring. And it took me a long time to even begin to understand how they structured this together. Trek Holdings and or the CFO's account, $118,500. I am not trying to be a jerk off here, but this is not how you use QuickBooks. This is not how you use QuickBooks at all. Transfer is not a check. Transfer is not a check. Transfer is not a check. That is called a transfer. That is the type. Now, if account 6009 is an Intrepid Studios legitimate account, that's fine. But why are you distributing money in your company? Also, you're going to see here in a little bit when I structure this, because I will, but you have a 35 series entry in QuickBooks, so 35,000. So your first significant digit should tell you the category, and then you have a 13,100, which is okay, but Trek Holdings can't get a 13,000 or a one category loan from you because they're not a shareholder. And you're not a lending institution. Are loans okay though? Are shareholder loans okay? The answer is yes, absolutely they are. I'm gonna break it down. Are loans legal from a business to a shareholder? Absolutely. Do they require documentation? Absolutely. Do they require interest? Yes. You are required by federal law, if you're giving a shareholder a loan, you are required to apply the AFR, the applicable federal rate, to the term. And it depends on the length of the loan. If it's 0 to 3 years, they have an interest rate. If it's like 3 to 9, they have an interest rate, and above 9. So, oh, look at that sexy guy. You got Jay, the person, needs a loan. And I can go to Wells Fargo, or I can go to my own corporation. And I can say, I need a loan. And I decide my corporation has the money to loan me the money. So I'd rather pay PGN the interest than the bank. Totally cool. Totally above board. The AFR for a short-term loan as of today was 3.59%. The company cannot loan me the money for less than 3.59%, which means every one of those shareholder loans, those 100 plus shareholder loan entries in QuickBooks, there needs to be a loan document. The headache-free method is to just round to 4%. That way, if you get audited and they're like, well, I'm not sure if the interest rate was that on that day, I think it changed the next day. You say, you know what, that's cool. I just rounded up to the next, and that's just called good practice. Now, whatever other terms the company wants, do they want the total in full back in 12 months? Do they want 25% repayment quarterly? Do they want 1/12 payments every month? That's in the loan agreement. Generally, you just structure the loan with the early prepayment penalty because it's a shareholder loan and you're not a bank. Again, this is called the headache-free method. So I'm borrowing $3,000. I'm going to owe $120 in interest, whether I pay it back next week or next year. Now, what you should see, and I did this on my books, right? Oops, there's a typo. I'll fix that later. On 11 April today, it's a shareholder loan 2026-0001. That's the form number for the loan. In parentheses, J, who's taking the loan, just to make it easy when we're looking at the books. $3,000 total, shareholder loan. Take $3,000 away from what the company has. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy, nice and clean. I could die tomorrow and anybody could pick up my books and say, oh, he died owing us money. Well, next week, the week after, I solved my money crisis. Shareholder loan repayment. Shareholder loan 2026-0001. J, $3,120, the principal and the interest. Shareholder, typo, loan repayment. The money goes back on the books. And as you can see, Paradox made $120 profit. It's a great way if you need to loan money back to shareholders because you get the interest. Banks like interest, you should like interest too. When I look at their loans, they have 59 entities that have loans from them. 59 entities. Remember I said that those two individuals didn't invest $2 million that I can find? $40,000 to TABA in a shareholder loan. The second loan draws $10,000 against a negative balance. Even though a legitimate shareholder agreement, a shareholder loan, could generate income, you cannot leave a company insolvent. Do we have enough information to determine if Intrepid Studios was insolvent on July 6, 2023? No. Is that a damning line? The first of many that I find. That's up to a jury. That's up to, I think, a prosecutor. When I made this joke on Nefas's Discord, I think a brand new, fresh out of law school, just past the bar prosecutor who spent all his years of law school doing cocaine off a cheerleader's tits with 5 hours and 2 cups of coffee could get a conviction on this. It's my personal criticism. That's my personal opinion. Because when you see their budget over the years, you're going to be like, holy hell, they're always in the red. $362,524.15 to Stephen Sharif in shareholder loans. I have edited that column so to take his name off of it. But he's the CEO. 4 of those loans were drawn when the company had no money. One of those loans was drawn for $250,000. And he was going to Vegas at that point. Gonna bet it all on black. $43,896.80 in a net loss to blank shareholder loans with unknown repayments because I have no idea who is who. 3 of them went to a card. 3 of them went to a deposit. which were repayments, but who repaid what? Is the weird moving money to another account then moving it back? I want to know why the hell you would even do that. That is weird because generally in good business, in good business, you have, and I'll get to this, you have one main account, and then each of those categories have expenses. Each one of those categories, the 1 category, the 2 category, the 3 category, you should have separate bank accounts for each of those categories if you're going to be dealing with a sum of money in the hundreds of millions of dollars, right? Because then that at a glance, I can pull by split all of my because what you're talking about is you're talking about 1 XXXX, 2 XXXX, and this shows up a little bit later. I'm sure it's no coincidence these entries are all largely occurring around the fiscal quarters. You're right. So what happens is if you want to know assets, you can run the report on all category 1, all split 1 significant digit, 2, 3, and I'll show you where if they were following best practice, they would be in better shape. Apparently, we did a shareholder loan to Dish Network, but Dish Network's not listed. They did 4 shareholder loans to Gore Oil Company. I can't even find Gore Oil Company. They did 3 shareholder loans to a Wells Fargo credit card. They did 1 shareholder loan to the U.S. Loan Servicing in Las Vegas. And I know damn well that the U.S. Loan Servicing isn't one of your shareholders because they're the federal government, and if they did somehow if they were a shareholder and not a creditor, they would have filed the lien against you. American Express, we paid a lot of money on somebody's American Express card. We paid a lot of money on somebody's Barclay card. We paid a lot of money on a Bank of America Visa. Yeah, I know that's really tiny. There were 141 entries to 5 Chase credit cards, totaling $1,027,000. And that doesn't include multiple transfers, 82 of them, to 6009, the CFO's account. 1.4 million on that. Unknown vendor for shareholder loans. Need a vendor name. It's not a withdrawal. It's a loan. You don't know who the hell you loaned the money to? Gore Oil is coming up a Kansas-based... Yeah, if you keep looking down the internet, though, next, you're going to find like 6 or 7 Gore Oils around. Shareholder loans. In the year 2022, when John Moore was not listed on the capitalization table. Right. There's Gore Oil. There's like 6 of them. The guy who owned his house sold the house to Gore Oil. That's awesome. That's awesome. Then Gore Oil sold it to Steven. Wow, man, you're going to jail. Shareholder loans. So I want you to see this here. Shareholder loans to John Moore, CFO, 2.5 million. Shareholder loans to John Moore's 6009 account, another 4 million. That's 6.6 million in just one category of where you were pissing away the money. The CEO's mother. Let's just give her $230,000, even though she's not on the capitalization table. By the way, that was from October of 2015. Steven loaned his mom $30,000 out of Thomas's initial $500,000 to get the company started. I had to change it to CEO's mother because, as I said at the beginning of my disclaimers, some of these entries have been edited because they listed people's names. So just in loans, $10.2 million in loans that I don't understand. By the way, no wonder why your company is so fucking broke. Deposit, loan to, dollar amount. First of all, your split shouldn't be 14-4 like that. A one category should be loans. A one category should be loans too. If you're setting it up in a standard accounting, and I'll show that, then yes, that would be loans too. But you don't do a deposit on a loan too. So you need to fix that. It's a loan from. And if it's a loan from, it's not an asset, it's a liability. 310 Nutrition is his brother's company. Let's talk about transfers. Transfer to John Moore's account. 36 transfers totaling 1.7 million. Guys, I gave up at some point, but John Moore, I come up with 2, 6, 7, 8, 2, 8, 3, $8.3 million just on 3 things with John Moore, and there's more. This is a QuickBooks thing. Transfer to 2909, Chase Savings 2909, transfer to Savings 2909, Chase checking 5332. John Moore's a fucking idiot if he was doing these, because this isn't how you do. This is not how you do transfers in QuickBook. Column A, check would not be on both sides of a transfer. It should be check or deposit. This is not a standard QuickBooks export error. This is operator error. By the way, does anybody know what's significant about this date and this dollar amount of money is? Anybody know what that is? Anybody? That's the Kickstarter money. The Kickstarter ended on June 2nd. Takes about 2 weeks to clear. And then 1 day to post. So the Kickstarter money all went to John. Well, here's the thing. I don't know that because I'm missing, and everybody's missing one piece. I don't think Nefis has it either. He might and didn't post it. We don't have the accounting ledger. I don't know which accounts are Intrepid's accounts and which accounts are John Moore's accounts. But either way, if Chase checking 5332 isn't an Intrepid Studios account, there's bullshittery there. Even if it is an Intrepid account, you should not be doing it this way because you're using the one significant digit place. You don't move from 1XXXX to 1XXXX. 1 is an operating category. So you wouldn't have 2 accounts for the same operating category. And I get there eventually because I realized, shit, some people might not understand that. Now, transfer to and transfer from, because these all say transfer to, this is a standard QuickBook error if the user has not set up QuickBooks properly. But I don't work for them, so I'll tell you this, straight talk. If Steven had taken me up on going out and work for him CPI, if I walked in and I sat down and I saw this, my first day of helping them set everything up, if I saw this in 2017, I would have walked right back out. My next stop would have been the Attorney General's office. I would have been like 2.3 million hit and 2.3 million went out on the same day. It gets even worse though, folks. I know this looks bad. Please put on your life rafts. Make sure you've got plenty of water because it gets worse from here. They fucked around with payroll protection plan money. And as you can see, transfer to, right here, right? This is a standard QuickBook error if the user has not set up QuickBooks properly, but they did have it set up because they have transfer from over here. Oh no, they don't. They do that in the memo. Is it more, I have to be careful because Steven has become really, really opaque. I can't say it's fraud. That's for a jury to decide. But I'm telling you, I never went to law school, and if the state of California would let me prosecute this, I'll have a slam dunk conviction by the end of the day. Payroll protection plan money needs to have a clean audit trail because of California taxes on disallowed expense deductions. Why are you moving payroll protection plan money? Why is payroll protection plan money coming into a main account and then going out the door? And why later on when I try to account for your payroll, why does your payroll not look like this? I'll get to their payroll. It's fucked. Sloppy accounting. Okay, so this is the first part of their accounting ledger. Other than, did I change anything? No, I didn't change anything on this one. I think I went up a couple of blocks, so I didn't have to change anything. This is how their image looks right at the beginning. And this took me less than 5 minutes to do a CPI on their books. Blank. Nope, that's your starting balance. Blank, blank, blank. For what? For what? Stock sale. TABA investment, 500,000. That's not fucking blank, asshole. That's a stock sale. So that should be listed. CPI is continuous process improvement. Transfer to Trek Holdings. Even though you can't do a shareholder distribution in a C corporation. So that should be 99999 dividends or whatever category you're gonna put it in. I hadn't mapped out the categories I would use yet. Let's see. Furniture and fixtures. Miscellaneous debt? No, motherfucker. Vendor name. No check available. No check available. For rent expenses? You all may not know this. QuickBooks prints your checks. You literally take your blank checks, put them into the printer, and it will print them out. Let's see. Outgoing wire transfer for computer equipment? That's the fucking memo line. Computer equipment is a vendor name. And then if this is an outgoing wire, why the fuck do you have it written off as a check? If you have the wire number, you didn't write a check. You did a wire. Type in QuickBooks is wire. So this should be the vendor name. This should be wire. You guys can't. Computer equipment vendor name, that should be wire. That should be the wire number. This sickens me. Miscellaneous debit, dividends. Well, you can't do that, assholes. You can't just keep pulling money out of your company as shareholder distributions because they don't exist in C corporations. And then Bank service charge, domestic wire out. For what? Did you give the bank $25? Professional fees. For what? What did you buy? And then salaries and staff. Why is salaries and staff blank? Payroll. Easy fucking peasy. Payroll. Let's look at this first. The company was only a couple of months old. $358,598.52 in cash. And it's an outgoing wire transfer to a Chase account, which means Chase account 5332 isn't an Intrepid account. It means it's held by another entity. Because otherwise that would be a transfer, not a check. You wouldn't have to do a wire. Notice how they conveniently left off? So how would you put that up properly? Type, wire outgoing, name field, the recipient, the memo field, the purpose, the split field. It tells you where the money went, but is that an Intrepid account? If it's an Intrepid account, it shouldn't be a wire, it should be a transfer. But then it should be immediately reflected on the next line. $15,000 in rent? No, that's for the studio. Is there a second set of books somewhere? That's the only thing I can come up with. There's a second set of books somewhere that nobody's privy to. Deposit, distribution, positive number. Deposit, distribution, positive number. So that's wrong. Also, who and where did this $125,000 come from? And then why did John Moore take $75,000 of it? This is what I'm talking about. This is what your splits should look like. Assets is significant digit number 1 in accounting. There is no universal. Most people use a best practice. You don't have to. Operating checking. This is where I say that you don't have to have you have the main company account, and then you need to buy assets. So you put money into the one series account. Now, for a small business, you're only going to have 1 or 2 bank accounts. But when you start dealing with millions of dollars, look at what, like, right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18 lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. You have 18 lines and you have 17 errors. What all the purple and pink is there, that's what the IRS is going to come along. That's how the IRS does an audit. Line number 1. Is this your starting balance? Yes. Then why isn't it labeled as such? Line number 2. What is Deluxe Business Systems? What's it for? Because you have it listed as a PayPal service fee. I didn't even notice that the first time through. It's so beyond fucked. PayPal service fee? If you have something categorized as PayPal service fee in your QuickBooks, who does the money have to go to? PayPal. Because you've indicated it with your own accounting code that it's for PayPal. You're paying through PayPal. If you're paying through PayPal, you didn't write a fucking check. You have the type wrong. Electronic payment through your PayPal account. Deluxe Business Systems, memo, for what? The split goes to the category that I map out here, and then you say, this came out of the 6 series fund for what it is. If it's for business furniture, that's great. Same way all the way down. Every prepaid expense is going to be a $13,000. Underneath $13,000, you can do $13,100 Office Depot. $13,200 Staples. I've been looking for the 2 million quote, and the best I've been able to find is the PC Gamer interview where he said the entirety of the budget comes from my personal funds. Shoot that to me. I'll use that. I'll go back and I'll add that in. Because at least that tightens it up a little bit. Andrew R. PayPal service fees. Does Andrew R. work at PayPal? Coffee Ambassador. PayPal service fees. John Moore needs every single company John Moore is the CFO at needs to be investigated and audited by the IRS. Every single company. Every single one John Moore works at needs to be investigated. Payroll. Ladies and gentlemen, Stephen Sharif has said multiple times that they were spending a lot of money on payroll. I can account for $26.5 million in payroll. Out of 130 some odd million dollars, this is all I can find. I can find in the category of 65,006, 1,081 entries to the tune of $11 million. I can then find payroll processing fees, payroll clearing, which, by the way, payroll clearing isn't the standard term. 1114 payroll clearing, 1114 payroll clearing. Something's up there because if you know anything about billing, you shouldn't accept two bills from the same date from the same company because it's bad for accounting. What you would put into this column then, this column here, is invoice number 26101, 26102. That way, because remember, you're required to keep all of your records for, I'm gonna say 6.5 years, but I know it's shorter. Is that proportionally lower than average? Salty bread, I can't make any sense of this because then you have accounts payable for contractors. So you have Gusto Net on 2,000. You have Gusto Fee on 65,000. You have Gusto Net on 14.8. You have Gusto CSD, that's Canadian, on 65. You have some of these coming out of your general journal. Some of these are coming out as checks. Paychecks. Check. I guess Paychecks must be a vendor. So, unless it's like Burger King, but this shit does not do BK. That's for person. Right, exactly. The QuickBooks file was still in alpha. No, hold on. As a person who's actually helped run an 8-figure company using QuickBooks is fucking idiot proof. But this ledger is proof that if you make something idiot proof, society will produce a better idiot. Paychecks is a leading provider of comprehensive human capital. Yeah, okay. So yeah, they're a vendor. Yes, QuickBooks was fine. Steven and his husband were the ones that were in alpha. Let's see. And then, ladies and gentlemen, I know this is gonna make me sound like a picky, choosy asshole. How can I trust a company when in coding, all of you coders, you're gonna back me up here. This, right? N parentheses, comma, does not equal, comma, and parentheses. And you want me to believe that you had two separate pays, but one of them is to employee and one is to employee. QuickBooks generated zero amount. No, QuickBooks does not generate a zero amount. QuickBooks does not generate a zero amount. You tell QuickBooks to generate a zero amount because you would not put the memo in QuickBooks. You would put the memo in, this column shouldn't say employee, right? This should say Jalan. What bill I submitted to you, accounts payable. So it would look something like, kind of like this. If you're paying out that way, which you fucking shouldn't. Yeah, zero amounts to manual overrides. They have to be. So what happens is, right? I'm just gonna do weeks of the year, right? And it would look like this. So I might submit something that looks like this to your company for payment. Invoice 11 from me for $0. 2 weeks, you didn't have any work for me. Invoice 12, $1,200, week 12 of 2025. Invoice 13, $1,150, week 13 of 2025. That's what goes in the memo field. So that when I come back to you and say, you guys never paid my invoice 12, you can start sorting down and you can say, okay, well, Jalan is payable out of this category code. So we're going to look at that. Jalan has the dates and you're going to say, okay. And you're going to be like, shit, we didn't pay him. Well, why did you do 0.00? Because I didn't work for you that week, but you pay me a retainer. So I reflect 0 off of your retainer. You don't generate a bill that week because then it throws that 0 error over here.
Well, I attended
and
Juilliard.
You're like, what the fuck's going on? Instead, what you do, the next time you pay me, you put in the memo, invoice 11, parentheses 0, and invoice 12, $1,200. If you give a shit about having clean records, does anybody else start to feel like they didn't give a shit about having clean records? They had a reason why they wanted their records as dirty as fuck. Because all of this, just so you guys are aware, I tore through all of this in 3.5 hours. I'm going to go deeper into this, but I needed to tie a rope to my waist because I might get sucked in. Are you supposed to fill this out manually, or are you supposed to use a program that... It's QuickBooks, Salty Bread. QuickBooks is supposed to... They have this all fucked up. QuickBooks is only as good as the user sitting in the chair setting it up. But you have to set it up right the first time. But the thing is, if you don't have it set up right the first time, and you make changes, it will make all the changes for you. If you obscure the records enough, the evidence of fraud becomes more and more muddled. I agree with you. And then over here, you have employees, accounts payable, contractors, accounts payable, artist contractor, employee, payroll, staff. Employee and staff is synonymous. It should be set up like this. Your 6 series is going to be for whatever you want to set it as, but your 6 series, so again, your 6 series is whatever heading you want. 6.5 is W-2 employees. 6.6 is contract labor. So payroll is 65,000, the W-2 employees. 6506 is salary and wages. 6510 becomes bonuses and commissions. 6520 is the line that you put to show that you covered the employer portion, but then you're supposed to have another line that talks about benefits. 65.3 become benefits. So 65.310 is health insurance. 65.320 is retirement contributions because they were matching 401k. 65.330 could be vision and dental. You could do 65.331 vision, 65.332 dental. You see how the 5-digit accounting code lets you build out Over here, 66.010 would be independent contractors, your 1099s, and then 66.20 is freelancers. You can't, nobody other than John Moore and maybe Ryan Ogden, is there any 65.20 entries? I didn't see any 65, but remember, Nex, those numbers are all Intrepid created. So without John Moore's brain and Ryan Ogden's brain in a glass jar, I have no idea how they set this up. But what I do know is that when I look for all, I can only account for $27-ish million in payroll, both staff and employee. But Steven made a claim that their operating expense was $800,000 a week. So in 1 year, their OPEX is $41,600,000. And this is the amount of payroll I find from 2015 to the end of 2025. The lion's share of that should be payroll. So I can't find anything. There's a good chance they were not paying the employer payroll tax either. Yeah, which is going to fuck those employees. Are staff and employee paid out at the same time? Do they switch from one? Salty bread, I have no idea. I'm just starting to dig into this. T-Bath Consulting is an accounts payable, but a contractor's coming out of the same accounts payable, but an employee is coming out of the same accounts payable. And where you see this is bullshit right here, ladies and gentlemen, this is bullshit because you should not have 10-3 employee on the same day as you have 10-3 employee. That's bullshit. You should have one line on that, and what you have is you have $20,000 in payroll. Even if you did forget to pay somebody, your payroll processor, employee and contractor for the same amount on the same day. Yeah, good catch. Right here, where did all your money go as backers of Intrepid? Well, there's something suspicious about this. $11,422.40 twice with no corrections. Now, I don't have up at the moment the next day, so I would have to look. I'm not, that's bad because you can go, how can I put this? If you catch it before you reconcile, you don't have to put in a second line to correct. Each one of these in QuickBooks is a transaction line. I can fix the transaction line and not fuck over my whole book. But what I don't understand is, why do you have 2 employee, 3 you should be paying that. There should be fucking notes in here. The contractors especially should have an invoice number. Steven says, studios can choose to spend millions on advertising with websites, forums, streamers, YouTubers, or they can reward their community with those funds instead, giving back to the players for doing something that they already do. Spread the word about a game that excites them based on merit. It's easy to ignore ban the people who will spam and abuse this program, but why should that ruin it for the people who are generally participate in building our community? But you paid Critical Hit PR firm $2,500. And then, thanks to another person who happens to work in the industry, now that we have their numbers, we always knew there were a handful of people There were a handful of streamers that streamed APOC that were never in the community, never in the Discord, never streamed anything about it before, and then they streamed it. And I point blank asked Steven. He said no, they didn't pay anybody. Sandbox Strategies is a video game PR and influencer relations firm to which they made 2 payments of $37.50 each. Some of the streamers of APOC streamed it one time for like 2 hours or 4 hours. That's what a company like Sandbox Strategies would do. That's what Gamersite does. That's who would pay you. That's what Stream Elements would do. Stream this for 2 hours and we'll pay you. And to think we haven't done any marketing yet, just development updates and awesome fans, content creators. Steven, did you forget that you paid out money to 3 different marketing agencies? This is why Steven wants all the records sealed. Steven doesn't want you to be able to go through. Probably run by his college roommate. No, I used to know off the top of my head who founded Critical Hit. I don't know off the top of my head anymore. I know you're being a sarcastic asshole, but I wanted to, I know, because I know who did it, I just can't think of it at the moment. Ashes isn't yet at a stage meant for a wide audience. We're still intentionally operating within a more niche, development-focused community. That should be clear to anyone following the project. For smaller content creators, this phase represents a real opportunity to grow alongside a passionate and invested audience whose value behind-the-scenes journey. By the time we're ready to go broader, those creators will have already built credibility and community. Could Intrepid invest more into broader marketing, shifting roadmaps, and higher time costs from producers or the community team? Sure, but in my view, it's not the time. Yeah, bitch. That's because you kept having your developers build silos of content. Well, I'd only get taxed twice if I paid myself a salary, which I don't. Not according to Jason Karamanis. Community marketing lead is both a community manager and a marketing strategist. But you don't do any marketing. I would never tell a person how they should make their content. I will happily give advice if asked. Steven, you used to tell me how to do my content all the time. You said such things as your content is why developers don't talk to communities. Yeah, because I'm not your average gamer. I'm gamer on my list of things. Gaming is a thing I do. It's not my identity. I'm going to show something else now that Nephis has shown it. I'm going to show a document that I wasn't going to show until somebody else showed it because what I chose to do with the document. But once you see it, there is one person who knows I had this because I shared it, because Steven made it sound like these people were like nefarious bad actors that were going to get me killed. Some of you may have seen this on Nephis' show. I don't know if I had it before him or he had it before me, but all the people that are on the dick of Ashes is going to release and it's going to be great. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not going to be great. It's going to be a fucking dumpster fire. This is what these people want to do. Let's just go over some of this. I wish that all PDFs were the same dimension. They're not. This was released in this was created in December, I believe. Intrepid was going to reduce the headcount from 210 to 100, offering C shares for prior service, no severance, PTO payout, etc. That's fucking illegal. Fire 10 underperformers, lay off 100 additional. Move from San Diego office to virtual working environment. Some people, who I won't even give credibility to them, see this line right here, and they say Robert Dawson is a good dude. He just wants to get the game made. Robert Dawson wanted to fire 100 people and not give them severance. I'm going to read something. I'm not going to show it. I'm going to read it because I don't know for a fact if anybody else has released this yet. This is an internal, I'll read it, won't show it, from inside a Slack communication, I believe, between Robert Dawson and his board of directors. Robert Dawson says on Saturday, December 27th at 7:22 p.m., unknown time zone. Just got off a call with an attorney doing the Article 9 foreclosure. He said we can do any terminations Monday so long as we give Warrant Act notice to employees Monday. No personal liability to the shareholder, officers, or directors as long as we give notice even without the 60 days. We need to terminate all and hire employees we are keeping in the new entity as soon as it's ready. So I'm fucking tired of one particular ass clown saying Robert Dawson never intended. Robert Dawson planned on fucking 110 people out of their 60 days warn notice because he planned on moving the IP out of Intrepid Studios into TFE Games Holdings, which he would create 2 days later. We need to terminate all and hire employees we are keeping in the new entity as soon as it's ready. Ryan, are you checking on health insurance, 401k, workers' comp, D&O, and general liability for the new entity? That is going to need to happen fairly soon. And then Teresa says, we will need to transfer all services to the new company. How long to set up? Usually takes a minimum of 30 days. And Aaron Bartels says, great news, we have this much flexibility. Oh no, he intended to complete the game. He did. Let me get there. I'll get there. So Robert Dawson has already said he's going to fuck 110 people out of their money under the opinion that what he's going to do is this. You've got Intrepid Studios with 210 employees and about 40 million in liability, including a content creator fund, which is millions of fucking dollars. The affiliate fund is millions of fucking dollars and debt incurred but not yet paid. They were going to do this. They were going to move 100 people over to this company and give them Class C shares in the new company. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a Class C share in a company. Wipe your ass with it. Wipe your ass with it. It has no value. A Class C share is fucking dog shit. It's nothing. And then the IP would move and 110 people would be stuck here. And the warrant liability would belong to Intrepid Studios. But this is where Robert Dawson isn't the smartest guy in the room. I'm gonna show you where Robert Dawson fucked up, and I'm glad he did. Makes me fucking happy. Here's Intrepid Studios TFE. January 16th, the IP got moved. But 210 employees of Intrepid Studios went to work between 19 Jan and 30 Jan. They worked for this entity but they enriched that entity because the IP had moved. You know what else moved? Transfer of liability. Well, now Robert Dawson has moved the IP back. Doesn't matter. You moved it, you incurred liability. It doesn't matter if you move it back, you fucked up. Now, you can't get a clean title on it. By the way, numbnuts, if you're one of those people saying Steven lost outright because he didn't get the preliminary injunction, unless the case is dismissed with prejudice, not getting the preliminary injunction means we're going to hear the whole case out. I think a lot of people who are getting their fucking legal advice from ChatGPT need to put that shit down and maybe, read some law books. You bring a filing, and in that filing, you ask for a TRO. By the way, if anybody out there has definitive proof that the TRO in California has been dissolved, I'd love to see it, because I haven't seen any formal paperwork that says the TRO is dissolved. There were a couple of people in court that day. I don't know if they heard the word resolved or dissolved. Because remember, there were two TRO pieces, and the only people I've heard from a friend, I heard it from a friend who got it from a friend who heard it from another. You've been messing around. I don't know if the TRO has been dissolved. Yeah, only people have been saying that, no docs back it up. So you get a TRO, and then you ask for a preliminary injunction. Now, why did I put preliminary injunction above the preliminary injunction, or below? What is TRO? Temporary restraining order, which he got. Steven Sharif got a TRO that prevented Robert Dawson and TFE Games Holdings from selling off, moving, liquidating, exposing anything, Intrepid's trade secrets. They didn't get the preliminary injunction. To my knowledge, to the best of my knowledge, the TRO is still in place. They didn't get the preliminary injunction. All that means now is that the case moves on to normal resolution. Some people were running around because Steven didn't get his preliminary injunction that he lost. Ladies and gentlemen, a case ends in either a ruling, which you can appeal. It ends in a dismissal without prejudice, meaning you can refile, or it ends in a dismissal with prejudice, meaning you cannot refile, or you withdraw it. But at this stage in the game, I think they're beyond the fact that they could ask to withdraw the case because too many things have hit. Now, again, the judge has complete latitude. The judge could let them withdraw it. But generally, the judge only lets you withdraw when the judge hasn't invested time, effort, energy, resources. The other side hasn't invested time, energy, resources. The other one that could happen is settle. But these normally come with an attachment for dismissal. That's what Jason Karamanis did. Jason Karamanis obviously got whatever he wanted when he was suing Intrepid, so he requested a dismissal without prejudice, meaning he could bring the case again at a later date. That is what you would understand if you weren't a high school dropout and you weren't using ChatGPT for your legal education. Instead of asking ChatGPT a prompt that's biased and going to tell you what you want, ask ChatGPT to just walk you through a process. Too many people are getting their answers from ChatGPT, and it's like, dude, you're fucking dumb. You're dumb. Get out Black's Law Dictionary and read. And keep reading. Let's see. Multiple lawsuits from vendors with more expected. No path to profitability. Negative equity value with interest accruals from notes, many of which have moved to default status. So this is basically their foreclosure and business right sizing. Next up was their quarterly roadmap. Now, I don't know if Steven was involved in designing this, but all of this right here is the result of somebody jerking off on the track and not putting the lotion in the basket. Quarter one's theme is drawdown percent of returns, focus on first-time new user experience while also deepening engagement with player progression. In the first quarter, they wanted to have multi-classing done, raising the level cap to 30, new naval units, the marketplace update. They also wanted to work on the first-time user experience, the updated character creator experience, the chat experience, and the updated player movement. They also wanted to add points of interest, commissions, events, destiny, more PvP, caravans, crate rules, base PvP, bounty hunting, and they wanted to get all that done in 1 quarter. Not with 10,000 men could you do this. It is folly. Character progression cap raised to 30, wipe fresh start. Marketable release equals netting 60,000 units sold for the first quarter. Who the fuck is in that room telling them they're gonna sell 60,000 more units in the first quarter when they only sold 200,000 total and they had a shit ton of refunds? They only made a little over 8 million, which I don't even believe, on 200,000 sales. Oh, don't worry. It's gonna get worse. Quarterly roadmap, number 2. The Tolnar race, world bosses, and we're gonna raise the level cap to 50 in a quarter. We're gonna have castles done, settlement death, and gliding mounts. We're also we're gonna fix freeholds, player housing, instances, guild halls, more POIs, commissions, events, and destiny. And progression cap raised to 30, wipe fresh start. We're gonna get another 60,000 units sold. Quarter 3, core loop and content complete for launch. Beta in August. Launch in September. Marketable release equals netting 120,000 units sold through the quarter. So you think that you were going to get 60,000 more in the first quarter, 60,000 more in the second quarter, 120,000 in the third quarter. You were going to have 500 plus hours of gameplay. Oh, but hold on. You were going to raise the price from $14.99 as promised a decade ago to $20. Is any other MMO charging $20 a month? You're not going to get $20 a month, you numbnuts. Acquisition keeps sticky. 2027 roadmap keeps stickiness and adds 500 plus hours of additional gameplay to keep 8 million a month flowing in from our 400,000 core players. Hey, dumb shits. Maybe you didn't understand this, but you have approximately 15,000 of those players don't pay you at all for a year. 85,000 of those players don't pay you at all for 9 months. Another approximately 100,000 players don't pay you at all for 6 months. Dynamic world, 90% cut. Standalone mode, offline, first-time user experience. Public dungeons weren't even on the roadmap until next year. Dual wielding one-handed weapons weren't on the roadmap until next year. Animal husbandry next year. Down here you say guild fortresses and guild castles. Up here, you talk about castles, which, by the fucking way, the world doesn't work as designed without the castle component. Monster coins and non-combat pets. The family system, the religious system, and the social organization system, we're not having any of that ready for launch. I feel it's time to quote Steven, even though I would rather quote my dog's ass. I feel like we need to quote Steven, though. Let's quote Steven.
Before beta, yes, the game will be feature complete before beta. That is something that is necessary. Beta really is intended to identify last minute bugs, to kind of make sure that everything is ready for launch. And it's important that all features are complete by beta 1. Yes. Before beta, yes, the game will be feature complete.
How are you going to turn around? Hold on, I think I have one other video that's applicable here. I might. Gotta check. I do. I forgot to play this multiple times.
No, we're not broke. 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 No, we're not.
We're broke. September launch, begin $20 sub fee at 400,000 subs. Okay, maybe somebody should explain to Robert Dawson and Jason Karamanis and the rest of them that you don't have 400,000 people that want to play this game. 1 million box sales, 30 million plus in box revenue. What box sales? What box sales? Did nobody explain to Robert that $50 box price went away because Ashes wasn't gonna have a box price? 50,000 a month, 60,000 March release bump, 50,000 release bump, 170,000 release bump, 300,000 box sales. What the fuck are you guys smoking? Let me just do some math here. 210 plus 210 plus 320 plus 300,000 plus 400. You believed that the piece of shit game, yeah, they were counting the Steam Early Access as the box sales, but I don't think Robert or whoever designed this slide deck understood that went away because that was the original deal. These fuckwits believed that they would have 1.4 million players because these numbers indicate to you that they believe their growth is going to be linear and constant. Let me help you out. To get 1.44 million players, you can have a $0 box price. That's it. In order to have 1.44 million players, you would have to have, at launch, you would have to have 11,520,000 players, right? And I'm gonna bring up something in a second. You'd have to have 11,500,000 players at launch, because what would happen in your first month, you would lose 50% of your population and you would drop down to 5.7. And then the month after that, you would drop down to 288. So then you would drop to 144. But the piece of shit game that you thought you were going to have wasn't going to sell 11 million box price. It wasn't going to sell anywhere near 11 million box price. Nowhere near. Let's look at, hold on. I'm going to show you something. I told you, man, every time I bring something up, it just gets worse. I think we can all agree New World was a steaming turd at launch, but it was playable and presentable way more than Ashes is. And I'm not talking fun. I'm not comparing fun here. I'm not comparing fun. I'm talking completeness. I understand this is a concurrent player number. I get that. I don't need anybody to point it out to me. But New World only had $500 million. They went, okay, they went from 1 million players peak at a time, which, if you've been around my show for years, then you trust a number that I come up with. I do two numbers because I don't like the fact that Steam won't give us this, right? This is concurrent. Oh, I should have put this down here. This is concurrent. Concurrent user count. I don't like that number because a person wakes up at 8 o'clock in the morning in Australia. No, New World had a small box price in the beginning, yeah. It was lifetime sub. Yeah, that's what it was. It was lifetime access. Actually, I think it was like $40. I think it was like $40. I don't know. I got mine for free. So I don't like this number because I think we got to do two things to it. I think we have to remember that we have Oceania, we have Europe, and by the way, I'm not leaving out Southeast Asia. I love you guys, and I'm not leaving out Middle East, North Africa. I love you guys, but it's just easier for me to say we have the Oceania time zone, the European time zone, and the North American time zone. So we take this number, we times it by 3. And if you've been on my show often enough, I think you'll agree with me that this number is fair. That at launch, you probably had about 2.739 million people playing because you got 3 major time zones. My friend lives in New Zealand, but we don't play. And then the other one is times 8. And the reason why the other one is times 8 is you have 24 hours in a day. Figure the average play session is 8 hours. I'm sorry, the average play session is 3 hours. So we take 913,027 and we times it by 8. And that gives us an absolute ceiling of 7.034 million people. Yep. And I think, right? I think that gives us, for our first month only, that gives us a really global ceiling. I don't think there were any more than 7.3 million people playing New World. And I don't think there were any less than 2.7 million people playing it. In just being realistic, if I was sitting in a meeting at Intrepid Studios years ago, or even in fucking December, Robert Dawson called me up and said, I'll pay you $500,000, come in and save my $80 million investment. I'd be like, cool. This is your absolute ceiling. This is your absolute floor. Well, your absolute floor is 0 because your game's a turd. But these are the numbers you're looking at. That is radically going to redefine your vector check, knowing that when you lose half your population, 50, 50, 50. Now we bring back up the New World numbers. They had 913,000 concurrent at launch, and holy fuck, within 1 month they were down to 357, 145, 117, and they didn't stabilize at 117. They cut again and again, and they never stabilized. They kept going down on a game that once you had bought it, you never had to pay again. And yet you think that the dog shit that Ashes of Creation is, and I'm not making fun of the employees. A lot of the employees, not a lot, a handful of employees reached out to me after they were fired. Some of them were hot, some of them were upset. What I said to a couple of them was, look, man, anytime you heard something caustic come out of my mouth, it was never directed at you. I don't blame the guy who's swinging the hammer unless he's breaking boards. If I tell you to build a 4-foot fence and the fence is supposed to be 6 foot, that's a leadership problem. I don't pass managerial or leadership woes down to the worker. But did somebody really think that they were going to make what this chart says they're gonna make. And but wait, Bane Trapper. But wait, there's more. But wait. Cap table will be split pro rata based on 150 paid in capital. September launch and monetization cash flow game to support $300 million exit in 2027. These motherfuckers had every intention of tacking on a box price.
Dance.
Yeah, New World had an estimated 200 million sales at launch. The cost was an estimated 400 million. The cost credited against the studio that developed New World was 500 million. However, in fairness, 100 million of that was the development of Lumberyard. But Lumberyard is free, and New World is what makes money. So New World, that studio got hit with the $500 million dollar amount. Good point. Just got to provide the clarity on the studio side of the house. We need at least $12 million to fund Ashes through a September launch. $2 million burn rate offset by box sales along the way. Prior investment will remain in the foreclosed entity, leaving it worthless. Goal is to ×2 our total investment upon sale. These motherfuckers never planned, even if they finished developing the game, they never planned on supporting it for more than a year. They wanted to make their 300 million through the end of 2027 and then dump it off to like a Cacao or a Gamigo or a Tryon if they were still in existence. That's all they cared about. Roadmap, missed deadlines. Holy shit, Nephis. Yes. I didn't watch your video because I didn't want to steal your thunder. I went a different route where I go through. Holy shit, man. I got John Moore. I have a different number than you have, but I didn't go down your route. John Moore walking off with 17 million. By the way, that Nephis QC or QS guy, follow him. He's amazing. Nephis, I said at the beginning of my show, you can check it. You're the only content creator I watch or listen to that I have all love, no hate for. Most people, I have some problem with them. You, all love. And my community will tell you, I never give anybody all love. You're the first person I've ever said all love. John Moore took 2.5 million in shareholder loans. John Moore's account took 4.1 million in shareholder loans. And there's 36 transfers for 1.7 million. And John Moore was never a shareholder. So I don't know how he was taking shareholder. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's another 94 transfers to the CFO. Like, guys, I'm telling you, the reason why Intrepid will probably survive an audit is we'll lose 57 IRS agents to brain seizures. Also, Nephis, thank you for covering this. I don't know when you had this, but I've had this for a long time. Because I submitted this to I didn't cover this when I got it about a month ago. I submitted this to the people that it would help the employees get paid. So I sent this slide deck to both of the class action lawyers and the state of California. The Attorney General's office. So that's when I said one day I have to stop talking about Ashes for a hot minute. It's because I was waiting for two things. One person made a claim against one of my videos, and I had to have two people watch all of my video for me. And then I was in the process of finishing up my yeah, you want to make sure it was 100%. That's why once I submitted it to the Attorney General of California's office, I was blocked from releasing it until somebody else did. I've just been waiting all day, every day. I've been like, come on, Kira. Come on, Nefa. Somebody release it. Because then the cat's out of the bag. Fuck. Come on, somebody. But yeah, I love this. Track progress daily, weekly, monthly, adjusting resource allocation in real time. Folks, this first box alone lets you know that Robert Dawson doesn't have the first fucking clue about software development or game development. Especially not a project that's 9 years in with Steven's whack-ass ideas in it. Because, as I've said, Intrepid didn't build things in a linear fashion where they said, okay, we need to test along the route. Steven had his team of people developing things, and they weren't connected because Steven wanted to show this off, and so he burned through hundreds of hours, thousands of hours of manpower building vertical slices. Well, just because this piece is started doesn't mean that it accepts green triangles. If you made a change to this system or to this system then will need to get reworked. It's one of the flaws of agile combat support. Not agile combat support. Agile software development. Agile software development works really, really well when you're building something for somebody else. And every revision they want to do, what is it you need? Okay. You want this. Okay. We're building that. Well, now we need to update. Okay. Well, we're going to build what we're building first, and then you'll pay us for iteration. You'll pay us for revision. When you're your own client, okay, it gets really difficult when you're the client and the builder to work with Agile because you're constantly thinking, oh, that would be a good idea. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. It doesn't... Steven didn't let them build anything. Steven needed to fake it till they make it. Steven was running an MLM. He was running a pyramid scheme, not in the normal fashion. Steven could never show the merry-go-round slowing down because then the money coming in would slow down. What else did we have over here? Financial cash burn bloats, mitigation, track spending trends daily, weekly, monthly, adjusting spend commitments in real time. Look, I have more project management experience than Robert Dawson. I promise you I do. Both in scale and quantity. You cannot, on these two, you cannot manage like this. You simply cannot manage like this. Because if I get done early, if I get done with what I'm doing, and the guy above me runs late, I can't do my next piece until he's done because I need his piece. I can't build the cheeseburger. Oh, you hold on. We got to show Nephis what Van Candy is. Oh, you're gonna love Van Candy. You're gonna love some Van Candy. Okay. So, by the way, you got shouted out here. I called out this bullshit. So that if they try to do it to me, I put out some disclaimers. Van Candy. Where is Van Candy? They have a fucking they paid a shareholder distribution for $229.99 for Van Candy. I don't know what the fuck is going on with Van Candy. But hot damn, we spent $229 on candy, folks. That better be code for blow. That's all I have. It better be code for blow. Why do you keep doing this? I hate showing PDF slide decks. Players cannot player. Let me try one more time because it is written this badly. Players cannot player numbers or pricing targets. No wonder why you guys are losing all your money. You can't even communicate in the English language. Players cannot player numbers or pricing targets. Monitor sales trends, player sentiment, reviews, and adjust scope roadmap proactively. That doesn't work with software development. You cannot change the course of a big-ass naval vessel to avoid a little boat. The little boat gets out of your way, you don't get out of the little boat's way. What are you gonna do with your... What was really their... what was their thought process here? Okay, and I mean this. What was their plan? Because I don't think I've seen another game rated overwhelmingly negative. No, we just happened to stumble upon Dark Side of the Grid. All that music's mine. I don't know what we do with a game that's overwhelmingly negative. User reviews, mostly negative. Mostly negative. English, mostly negative. Russian, mostly negative. Portuguese, Brazil, mostly negative. Spanish, mostly negative. German, mostly negative. French, mostly negative. Oh, well, folks, you see the direction they're gonna cater it to the Chinese and the Turkish audience because they're only mixed. This person, hold on. The game is dead. The studio died. The devs got laid off. The CEO spent the money on magic cards and real estate or something. I am going to take a real quick AFK. I'll be right back. Gaming space investor sentiment turns even more negative. Pivot strategy from monetizing the game through a sale to distributing free cash flow to investors. Talent. We lose key contributors. Steven's health takes a negative turn. Offer key talent B class shares so feel sense of ownership. Identify talent succession plans. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna say something. This is the shit that you never, ever put in documents. You never, ever put shit like that into writing. TBD, mitigation, identify future risks proactively and address through mitigation plans. What are the mitigation plans? There's no next slide. Like, that's like me saying to my boss in the military, like, hey boss, yeah, we only have 8 mags each. Yeah. Well, what if we get into a firefight? Well, you'll be fine. Well, what if we're not? Do I have air support? No. Do I have air cover? No. Are there any fucking gunships or A-10s gonna be around? Yeah, but they're probably not gonna be able to get to you. That's what happened. I moved the mic volume down. Thank you. I didn't move the when I first sat down, I moved the mic volume, not the audio. It's a problem of being deaf. This is ridiculous. Yeah, 8 mags makes my asshole pucker. That's 240 rounds. Like, no. Now, if you tell me that I have 8 mags, but the whole way through there's going to be little birds and A-10s, and almost the whole time there's going to be a Spectre gunship hanging out above me, sure, 8 mags is fine. But some of the shit that you're in the military, and at least in the military, when you bring it up, you're like, oh, shit. That doesn't sound good. So what'd somebody say? Magic cards. Hold on. You gotta be fucking kidding me. You gotta be fucking kidding me. I cannot. I cannot even fathom how you spend $6,000 on magic cards. Yeah, but he has it categorized as research and development. I just saw another one. Another. Nintendo? You gotta be kidding me. There's more? Oh my God. Game Empire, $241. Game Empire is written up as a sponsorship. Oh my God. I see, I didn't even go down that route. Tournament GE 5400. This is I didn't even go down that route. Oh my God, Epic Games. Oh, he actually did pay. Holy shit. I'll show this whole brick because he actually did pay. He paid his franchise tax board his $800 to the state income tax. Aren't you guys so glad that you invested? I guarantee you he sucks at Magic the Gathering. I found payouts to Blizzard for $14.99. Yeah, WoW subscription. Which, okay, hold on. Let me. I'm gonna jump on that one for a second. I do want to jump on that one. You can. Oh, I closed. That's why. You can have a subscription to one subscription. Yeah, one subscription owned by the company could be seen as a legitimate, what are our competitors doing? But you got to be really careful with that. And the reason why you got to be really, really careful with that is, number one, if you're documenting that, that's a bad way to do it. The better way to do that would be reach out to content creators and give them, like, I'm going to use me because I don't want to put anybody else in this shit sandwich. Reach out to me and be like, hey, Jay, yeah, here, we've developed this form. We would like you to keep us updated on this, and we'll pay you $64 a month, $50 for your time, and we'll pay for your sub. Because now you have 1 degree of separation. Could Steven have been positioning Ashes of Creation to expand into a trading card game? He could have. Absolutely. The problem comes in, is Reddit Gold a just file business expense? Yes. Yes, it is. You put it up under marketing or online software. But you want to make sure that all of your accounts are owned by your business, not by you. But yeah, it's legitimate. He did want to have plans to expand Ashes into a multimedia franchise. My question is, why did they never finish the Pathfinder book? Because with the number of rabid fans you had, the Pathfinder book would have created funding. But this is where Steven failed. And I don't care if I hurt his feelings. Steven put everything under this. Steven needed to do this. He needed to nest things under limited liability companies. This should have been Steven Sharif creative writing. This should have been Vera Pathfinder. This should have been Ashes of Creation merch. Instead, the merch went to his brother's nutrition company. The plushies never got made because Steven blamed the increase in tariffs. Dude, I'll go play Steven with old ass first edition Magic cards. I'll take my blue deck. He'll rip his hair out. Title of my blue deck is You Can't Do That. Bring out your biggest creature. Tap, it's mine. You can't do that. It's mine. Shit, I can't hold that creature. Tap, exile. Goodbye. How do I get it back? You don't. It's gone. I can't. I didn't even go down the route you went down. But now that I did, I love all these entries. John Moore doesn't know the fuck how to do accounting in the slightest. Contractor, outside services. Yeah, no shit. Something's supposed to be right there in that box. Let me help you out with this. This is not the appropriate way to write that up. You do not write it up this way. You write this one up. Business meeting, memo, Chili's with who. And then business meals, business meetings. Epic Games. I'm not showing it as I scroll down because I haven't finished editing it yet, and Steven's easy to offend and he'll try to get the video taken down, which he can try. Coffee Ambassador. Again, this shit makes me laugh to no end. Coffee Ambassador. PayPal service fee. No. And by the way, can I just say how I'm going to show a big old chunk of this. I want to make sure that I don't have... Yeah, there's nothing that's sensitive. He can get as mad as he wants. Okay. Ready? This is how you know Steven did... I never want to hear from Steven fucking Sharif again, how he loved his community. First of all, how were you paying your salaries if you were in the negative? Right? PayPal service fee from Amazon, but you're in the negative. You do without this shit. Whatever this is, you do without. Epic Games, you do without. You're in the fucking negative. But see, what pisses me off about a guy like Steven is it wasn't his money he was spending, it was our money. He was living his lifestyle on our money. Israel, there's something for Israel. Do insufficient fund fees from 20, yeah. Insufficient fund fees means the bank said you're overdrawn. This right here is an example of what the fuck. You spent $62,721 on software with no memo box. You did it once for $44,000, a second time for $62,000, a third time for $29,000. It's fucking bullshit. Like, watch. I'll show you another example of where he completely fucked. John Moore doesn't know what he's doing. Oh my god. Holy shit, there is a whole nother set of John Moore shareholder loan pay. I didn't even know they had that category. So there's the rest of the money that Nephis probably found about John Moore. I tried to go through. John Moore had shareholder. Oh, never mind. This is where John Moore actually paid back a little bit money. John actually paid back some money. Okay, that's good. But here's where you've got a major problem. Look at... Oh shit. That's gonna be a big one for the IRS too. The IRS is gonna love that one. First of all, you have foreign contractor, no 1099. You have 4 contractor payments with 3 different accounting codes. But you have 0 memos. This one is the bad one because there should be an invoice number here because payments to foreign entities is bad. Is bad. Bad. He wrote the checks and begged for money. Yeah, but here's the thing, man. I go through months at a time where they're in the negative. But you see, this right... I'm gonna... Holy fuck, when was the last time they were solvent? Oh my god. Okay, so... For this period of time that I'm looking at, Yes. Oh, they don't have to be a link to the scanned invoice, but they have to be some. Your books have to be readable by the IRS with you not explaining them. Your books have to be self-evident. You have to have your records there. The IRS is going to say, we want all of your financial records. Well, I'll explain them. No, that's not how this works. We want all your financial records, and we want you to sit there and shut the fuck up. Okay, so there was a 7/1/2024, 7/2. So on 7, and again, I apologize, I don't have all this redacted. So on 7/2, they were solvent. And the next time they were solvent was on 10/1. They operated in the red. That's not going to be the one I want. Hold on. They operated in the red all that time. And they conducted... Oh, no, I apologize. 8... These books are a fucking mess. 8/1. They're so... $10.2, $10.1, 9/30. Okay, so we'll take that to 9. We'll take that to 9/26. They had 295 transactions between 8/1 and 9/26 where they operated in the red. And let me look through now this date range. It's possibly a 30-day no overdraft fees on the accounts. It's possibly using net 30, net 60 payment structure, but they weren't recorded as net payments. They were recorded initial date, knowing they had 30-day, 60-day buffer. Yeah, you're right. It's possible. But like, so in this date range that I'm looking at between 8/1/24 and 9/26/24, they were moving money around, but they were still spending it like it was going out of style. Bank service charge, bank service charge, bank service charge. 4 wire fees. Let me show you more of this shit. I'll keep that up. Well, I gotta delete that. Like shit like this. Oh, does it say personal? Oh, no, general. So this right here, there is a problem here. You have 4 wire fees. Who are you wiring money to? You have a wire fee. But what money? Because a wire fee, you could do this 2 different ways. You could list the first one. I sent Storm Song $1 million via wire, $1 million out. The wire fee is $24.15. But you have 4 wire fees. You have more wire fees than you have wires. Amazon, DoorDash. This is fucking funny. This is fucking comical. Seaside Accounting Solutions, while you're $1 million in the hole. University of California, San Diego parking, $5. Solutions to not be in the red, don't overspend. Wix, $348 for Wix web design, which is Not appropriate, because that's not how you should have this listed. That's probably domain hosting, not web design. Dropbox. This is fucking... Oh, yeah. Here you go. GM Financial. Then I have one more document that's... Don't worry, it doesn't get any worse from here. Oh, I thought they said they didn't do marketing. Hold the fuck up. Hold the motherfuck up. Why did they need vidIQ if they had Margaret? vidIQ didn't do them any good. Got to make sure Steven's car doesn't get stolen. We got to pay the OnStar. But we have lawyers, but we're going to pay Rocket Lawyer. Oh, that lying sack of shit. Roshan, we don't pay for any media. Karthos, where you at? This one's for you. Right there. Right there. Marketing and promotion. Roshan said that the company hasn't done any paid marketing. Let's see. And like I said, Roshan is a fuck who lives in a sewer. Tell me how you really feel. Oh, damn. Holy shit. See, I tried to stay away from the ones. Send this one to somebody because this is a German company. Luckily, I have a German. This is so fucking... This is just bad all the way around. They've got... Roshan said they never did... Oh my fucking God. Are you for real? They said they never did any marketing. Hey, Karthos. That looks like some marketing, doesn't it? $347,000. $347,000 in marketing. But we're gonna advertise at Land's End. Oh, here's another one. How is payments to Venmo marketing and promotion with no memo line? Oh, I thought Steven said that they didn't do... Oh, you lying bastards. There's some Exola right there for marketing and promotions. Where you at, Margaret Crone? You used to run this division. Margaret used to run... So yeah, they've got $347,000 in marketing. Again, the Twitch one is highlighted. So that's Nephas's... I tried to stay away from the stuff that was color-coded because that was his community color-coding stuff. Oh, guys, I forgot to show you the best one. Fei Lin, you're gonna fucking love what I put on the screen next. These are actual entries. These are actual entries in their ledger. Anybody see the really big problem? There's two really big problems here. Ask my accountant is one. Anybody else see the other one? Nah, you're not looking hard enough. What's the other one? Does nobody see it? Come on, I taught you all better than this. Nope, not the coffee one. Come on, I taught you all better. Where's the $289 fucking $1,000 gone? They didn't even have the fucking they didn't fucking have the decency to steal it like they did up here. At least up here when they did it, right? At least up here when they took the $358,000, they fucking took it. Down here, they did some fucking bullshit. What they did was they manually reset the total to zero with the money. Nah, nothing's filtered. Let me check one more time. Select all. Select all. Let me make sure, because I don't want to obfuscate the truth here. God knows that they have enough. Yeah. Coffee Ambassador's a coffee shop. I want to let you guys know. This is probably going to crash my fucking streaming PC. I'm up to 18, 19. Holy shit. Oh, we're probably going to crash this bitch. My God. Yeah, reconcile balance sheet took the 289,000. So there are 18,593 entries in their books. Okay? And out of this, 7,275 have a memo field of blank. The memo field is blank. No fucking, like, no accounting. Like, I love some of these because you have not the first clue. A check for professional fees for $3,400, and you have payroll on the 23rd of the month for salaries, but you do payroll again on the 27th. Oh no, hold on. It gets better. It's the gift that keeps giving. So when we select all of these and we make the name blank, we have 2,000 more where the name is blank. Where the money went, nobody fucking knows. Let me hit you with the last that gets better. Where you at, Carthos? And I think this comes from Nephis as well, who is doing the Lord's work. Okay, so if you don't know what these are very, very important documents. The two documents I'm about to show, again, I got it. Hold on. Let me pause for station identification because I've been live for a bit. I need to make sure that Steven doesn't have a leg to stand on. I do apologize, guys. I did this once at the beginning of the show, but I was advised to do this at least twice during the show. So I do apologize for those of you that were here at the beginning, but this is the cover my ass piece. So during our quick break here with station identification, I want to remind everybody that this presentation is produced, owned, and distributed by PGN Media, which retains full editorial control and responsibility for its content under the protections of the First Amendment to the United States Constitution. The presenter, me as the human being, acts solely as a representative and agent of PGN Media in the creation and delivery of this content. The presenter, me, has a background in education and journalism, which is relevant because under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowances are made for fair use for the purposes of criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research, and I think I have covered all of those. This presentation has been made in good faith on information PGN Media believes to be accurate at the time of the publication. The updated time of publication is now the 11th of April at 15:13 and 26 seconds Central Time. Truth is a recognized defense to claims of defamation under applicable law. A motion has been granted to seal court filings. However, PGN Media is not party to this court case and does not fall under the jurisdiction of California court system or the Federal District Court of California. For reference, I fall under the judicial purview of the Southern Illinois District for Federal Court. Some entries on the ledger have been edited to ensure maximum privacy, but in no way distort the truth. Thank you for your patience, because I have a feeling that I've made a whole bunch of friends today, and that's okay. It's a party. I like friends. So these two documents are cash flow projections. And the important thing about these is that you are supposed to update and revise these as you go. What that means is there should be a version number. There should be version 1, version 2, version 3, version 4. That's a little hard to see. So what we're going to do is we're going to ignore all... Don't do this to me today. Don't. So we're going to scroll through a little bit. Cash on hand. Now that we have this other document, what I want to do is I want to, in real time, I want to find... For the record, I am learning things so I can attest the educational portion of this stream. Thank you. So we need to... This was designed... And this is how you know Intrepid Studios doesn't have the first fucking clue to what they're doing. That was done on September 15th, 2021. Now, September 15th. On September 15th, 2021, the company was a negative $6,575,271.40. And yet, they felt that somehow by January 1st, and we don't have the previous year, we don't have the 2021 projection, but they felt that somehow October, November, December, 3.5 months, they would get to 1.3 million. So when we go to January 1st of 2022, the company, again, and this is why Steven wanted these documents sealed. Why is it at the end of the fucking year, holy fuck, whoa, they made... Anybody see what they did this time? No, they got rid of $6 million in debt. Okay, I'm going to put a foot stomp here. What I have to say, this is now the first, and I don't give a shit if Steven believes me or Robert believes me, I don't give a fuck. In all honesty, I haven't seen this. Whoever gave Nephis this QuickBooks may have exported this wrong. Or John Moore has no idea the fuck how to do. No, it holds loan income. QuickBooks does. But as I showed you earlier, I'll just pull up my document. I'll just pull up my accounting sheet. This is from my company. What do you, stop it. So every year I have, every year I start a new ledger. It's the same book, but the very first line and also keep in mind, I run a cash-based business. I don't run the accrual method because I don't have things that I need to depreciate. But you notice that what this says is the 1st of January, before any other businesses, this is a non-transaction. There's no transaction here. It's none. It's factual. This is the running balance carry forward. There's no category because it is the running balance carrying forward. So that's all I'm bringing. Now, not that it's anybody's fucking business, but because I feel that transparency is important. This was the last entry in the previous year's ledger. On 22nd December, I had an expense in the marketing department for X-Corp paid features. It's an expense in marketing. I don't run digit codes because my whole year I have maybe 120 to 150 entries. And it was $4, taking me down to 43394. And then that carries over to the next year. You should not have $6 million. And that's probably why they never, well, I don't know what they did, but they had to have done something because QuickBooks will give you a bunch of error codes. It'll be like, what are you doing? It's like they started the company a fresh ledger every year. So let me do something real quick because we're all friends here, right? So 1231. Oh, hold on. This has got to be done this way. I'll do it this way. So in case you guys see a mistake in real time, you can call it out. 1231 2015 had an ending balance of 289,297.63. (12/31/2026) at an ending balance of negative 269,492.73. Let's see what we can uncover. Wait, hold on. What the fuck? Okay, I gotta go back and do another number. So far, every year does the same thing. I know, and that's like what I want to do one more. I want to do one more piece. I want to do this piece. So in the first year, at the end of their first year of operation, they had 289,000. Let me get rid of these because these are I'll do colons instead. Yeah, that's better. So in the first year, they ended the first year that the company was in business with $289,297.63. But they start the next. Yeah, they're only recording year-to-date figures and not running balances forward. But then the question is, where the fuck is the money going? This isn't 2026, this is 2016. So on December 31st of 2016, yeah, they've got to have fucked. This is 12/30, right? 12/30 of 2016. But then the very next day, well, 1/3/2017, that's 16. They're at negative 153.04. So I think this problem is a lot worse than what it began as. They spent $37,000 on Airbnbs. Holy fuck. Yeah, $12 million. $12 million, and this came from Nefis. $12 million minimum went missing. I'm above that. I'm above $12 million. So then let's do one more year. Let's try to help Intrepid figure out what the fuck they did with their money. Steven's probably watching. He's like, oh shit, Jay has it. Steven is Ben Kingsley from Finding Bobby Fischer. Look deep, Josh. Look deep. It's 12 moves away, but you got him. So again, at the end of the year, they had a positive $625,659.89. And then on 1/2/18, their balance was $485.20. Now, I have zero doubt to believe that it's going to be the same way if we go all the way down. How the fuck can these people sleep at night? How can they sleep at night? That's a serious question. How the fuck can these people go to bed at night? Yeah, they did it again. Who was doing these fucking books? Stevie Wonder? Is it possible there's a missing sheet running? Yeah, but next I would... Is it possible something's missing? Yes. Is it possible the export is skunked? Sure. But when you export the general ledger by date, the general ledger by date doesn't do this bullshit at the end of the year. Oh, hold on, because I have to be very accurate how I say this. I have managed the books for a company whose average daily balance was $50 million. And I personally have never seen QuickBooks make the money disappear on the general ledger. The Gore Oil, that's not me. The Gore Oil House transaction, Nefis uncovered that. What I can share with you is the little bit I understand. Stephen and John did some fuckery with their house. Now, again, as I talked about in the presentation I did, there is nothing wrong or illegal or immoral about your company loaning you money if you're a shareholder. John Moore was never a shareholder, at least not according to the capitalization table, which means 94 transfers to the CFO. I have it on the other slide deck. There's 94 transfers to the CFO. There are holy shit, I can't, there's so much here. There are 82 entries to the CFO's account of credit cards being paid. There are 133 loans issued to John Moore as a shareholder loan. There's nothing wrong with the company loaning John Moore $2.5 million if there's paperwork and there's interest paid. I'll actually watch that live. If that's, if that's where it starts. Let's watch this live because Nephis deserves all the love, man. Nephis deserves all the fucking love for the hard work he's been doing. So I'm gonna make sure you go to that link and give it a like and let it play in the background. Like if you get up to go get a cup of coffee or something, that link that Skeeter's just posted, let that play in the background. Like if you're gonna go to dinner, you're gonna go for a walk or something. What did you say? Time 4:31. Yeah, which the link didn't grab me the time. Which section is it in? Do you know? I have outro, oddities, outsourcing, game and brain development, odd expenses, pay records, mysterious transactions, credit cards, the ledger, rent is too high. Odd expenses. Okay, thank you. We'll go to odd expenses. Pop over here. And like I said, I would really appreciate it if you guys would pop over to his YouTube channel and leave a comment, leave some love, share it, because he's done amazing work. I wouldn't have been able to do today's video without Nephis's background work. Okay, pause my music.
First, there's over $80,000 paid towards something called the Gore Oil Company. 2 payments in April and December 2020, 1 payment in August 2021, and a 4th payment in October 2022. Was Stephen Sharif buying up oil by the barrel or looking to become an oil tycoon?
I drink your milkshake. I drink it up! Don't bully me!
Well, not exactly, because when we dug into the property records of the lavish mansion that Stephen had often live-streamed from for Ashes of Creation, we see some really interesting things that may answer some questions. In 2006, an Andrew and Leah Gore purchased the mansion for almost $7 million, and they eventually transferred the deed to their trust to the company called Gore Oil Company in 2011, which is very common to do, and then in 2012 they put the house up for sale under the Gore Oil Company, with an eventual buyer called John Moore coming along in November 2020 to finance the purchase of the mansion, getting a loan amount of $4.5 million. Presumably, it's at this point that some payments are being made from the Intrepid Studios account to Gore Oil Company, but what's even more interesting is that Commerce West Bank gets involved in financing another $6 million on June 28, 2021, which lends credibility to the allegations made by Jason Karamanis that the Commerce West Bank loan was used not for the development of Ashes of Creation, but for the mansion lifestyle of both Stephen Sharif and John Moore. Finally, towards the end of 2025, we see a deed transfer from Stephen Sharif to John Moore, with John selling a mansion to its new owners for a sale price of $5.3 million, with $3.4 million of that being financed. Where the money from the property sale is of course up for debate, as the ledger you can look at doesn't seem to have any mention of it. The $21,000 made to Private Chefs Inc. on July 18th, 2022.
Okay. I knew all of that. I didn't connect the Gore Oil. Let me tell you why that is. Moore wasn't listed as shareholder, but the company he ran listed as a shareholder. Is the company... Moore is not an Intrepid Studios shareholder. The other company isn't a C corporation. Trek Holdings is a... And by the way, Steven has a truck marketing down in Nevada. Trek Holdings is a limited liability company. Always keep in mind. A limited liability company can choose to be taxed as a C corporation. It cannot choose to operate as a C corporation. Why would you want to be taxed as a C corp? You don't, because you get double taxed. But what you do. C corps give you the ultimate when you're not fucking about like this. C corps give you the ultimate in liability protection, because a C corporation is considered an entity unto itself, under the law. That's why in the disclaimer it says PGN Media owns this content. PGN Media is a subsidiary of PGN Inc. What that means is if somebody gets their knickers in a twist and wants to sue me, I'll just walk in and say, "Here, Your Honor, here's my corporate here is my corporate balance sheet," just so that we can fuck off with all the bullshit lawyers and everything. The media division is the journalistic branch of PGN. Look, you want to sue me? Go ahead. Oh no, I want to sue you as a person. Okay. Your Honor, my company's worth $4.3 thousand. We're a cash-based company with no definitive assets. If they want the fucking what? The YouTube fucking channel, the fucking Twitch stream, go ahead. Well, I want PGN Music. Nope, doesn't work that way. Different holding. PGN Media, PGN Music. Separate entities. Same parent manager, different entities. Get fucked. You want to take me to court? Go ahead. What Steven did was Steven and John put a window in the corporate veil. I treat my corporate veil, I'm going to divide this in half, and then here's me, here's my company, and my corporate veil is a solid titanium block. There is no holes, exposure, anything. I don't use my company credit card to benefit me, and if I have to, I write a reimbursement sheet. Like, for example, I was traveling like 4 years ago to a class to get certified to teach, to counsel. My battery went dead, but I was there on business. So the company paid for my tow to the company paid for the two jump starts I needed. That is completely feasible, because the sniff test would be, why was Jay in Carbondale to attend training for PGN Education, another subsidiary of mine? Was he doing only PGN business or mixing business with pleasure? Nope. I was there. I was in a class every day from 9 to 5, went to dinner, went back to the hotel room, studied, and next day I had test. Totally cool, totally legitimate. The company can pay for the jump start because at the moment I'm using my personal vehicle as a company asset. And because I would have been well within my right to rent a car down here, drive that to Carbondale and drive back, you know what I'm saying? John and Steven, they not only did they pierce their corporate veil, they put two companies into symbiosis with each other, and they carved giant tunnels through their corporate veil. You're passing money from Intrepid Studios to another company. John shouldn't have been doing those transactions then. And I hope for his sake he wasn't executing the transactions. I hope for his sake he was tasking that out to a comptroller. A comptroller does not need to be listed as a C-suite officer because they're not C-suite. You only are required to list 3 official positions: CEO or director or president, whatever top dog title you want. You can call your CFO the comptroller, but they're going to ask you, who is the chief financial officer? Who is the desk where the buck stops? Because you're supposed to have 3 people. You're supposed to have a CEO, you're supposed to have a CFO, and you're supposed to have a secretary. Intrepid Studios chose to have Steven be the CEO and the secretary. Steven's a fucking moron for doing this. The CEO of a company that's going to be having millions of dollars should absolutely the fuck not be the secretary. Why? Because that means every memo, every shareholder meeting, every corporate meeting, like all those business meals, they need to have a fucking memorandum for what was discussed at that business meal. And for every one they're missing, the IRS is going to turn around and say, you claimed a business expense on this date? Yes. Where's the memo from that? We don't have one. Okay, that's compensation. Consider that. You're going to have to file an X filing for your 2017. Oh, by the way, you have this one, all these. File an X because we're now fining you 9 years worth of interest and penalties because you don't have the paperwork. I know you guys have heard me say this, and this is a completely fucking ridiculous exercise to have to do. But I have to have a meeting with myself twice a year. And when I set my meeting up twice a year, I literally set up 3 chairs. And I'm not joking. I set up 3 chairs because I put a sheet of paper in front of one chair as the CEO. I put a piece of paper in front of one chair as the secretary and one chair as the treasurer. And I wonder if I have an example that I can show you. I don't really keep these redacted. Let me see if this one is this is an older one, but it's a nice short one. And so it looks like this. And I have to sit here and have this fucking conversation with myself. And it's dumb, but you have to have it recorded. So here from 2022, 1st of January, 10:30 a.m., present Jalan as president, treasurer, and secretary. Absent, none. I can't be absent as one of my roles. Quorum present, president, 100% stockholder. Okay, I can conduct business. Meeting was called to order by me, old business. The meeting minutes were reviewed. I have to cover my own ass. I have to get up out of my CEO seat and go walk over to the secretary seat and read the minutes back to myself. As of this date, we have this, we've submitted this, we've done this. We have no business, good, fuck off, we're done. The meeting is adjourned at whatever, and then here's the attachments. But I have to sign that as secretary. Well, nobody gives a shit about a company that has less than $10,000 in annual income. Yeah, I'm seeing invisible people. But I have to be able to do that because if I ever get questioned, they're going to say, well, where are the meeting notes? Here's the meeting minutes. With Steven, generally the CEO can turn around and say, Jalan is the secretary of the company. He's responsible for keeping the meeting minutes. But do you believe for a second, with how fucked up their books are, do you think every one of those meals has a memo that says, on this date we had a business meeting? Oh, you had a business meeting? Where are the meeting minutes? And you can scribble it on a napkin. You can scribble it on whatever, but you gotta scribble something. Who was present? Yeah, there's a payout to an MMO account boosting website. Yeah, personal chef, I don't think there's a memo for that either. Yeah, the personal chef is going to end up getting kicked back to him. Give me one moment. All right. So wait, Steven was behind the scenes promoting boosting and selling of accounts. Puddles, you didn't know that behind the scenes Steven was promoting the selling of gold? Did you not know that? You didn't know Steven was selling gold? Or DA was selling gold? Oh, let me share this with you. Since you all are tinfoil in the past, I can clear things up now. Yes, there was favoritism. There were X-mods who would help with RMT as well. You up? Yep, just woke up. I just removed you from a ban list. What the fuck is that? And then DA posts, Steven basically unbanning my RMT alts that got banned. Given the state of people raging right now, it might be smarter to let them cool down. Okay, that's fair. 270, 300, or 400, 635, 504, 706, 661. They could have gotten rid of all the fucking gold sellers if they wanted to. Karthos and I laugh all the time that Steven could have probably funded the fucking game if he just sold the gold himself. I'm still laughing at the fact that Steven made the company reimburse him $1,000 for office supplies when he was claiming he was fully funding the project. Well, yeah, because Steven, you would never do that. Because, remember, here's me, and notice that I don't want to have to deal with Steven's fucking bitch ass. So I use the examples with me, so that he can't turn around and say, yeah, it's called an example, so just use my own. PGN Music, let's say PGN Music needed CD sleeves. Say I was gonna do a limited print run of songs. And say PGN Music was broke. There's two ways I can do this. Number one, PGN Music is broke, so I just buy the sleeves and give them to PGN Music, and I don't expect compensation. Number two, I loan with a document PGN Music the money. And then when PGN Music has money again, they can pay me back. But you notice neither one of those two things is bullshittery. It makes no sense when Steven said, oh, well, I'm funding the game myself. So you're putting money into the game so that you can pay taxes on the money that you get back. Sharon Sharif is his mom. Steven's gay, so John's his husband. I cannot believe people RMT'd for an alpha. Yeah, not even a good alpha. Damn. Steven's knowledge of business expenses is that of a fifth grader. This isn't my words, those are on the screen. Where everything is a write-off, and you just say the word business meaning, it's magically no longer a private expense. Right, and he's gonna go to jail for it. Are the magic cards completely egregious? No. He could have gone to the magic store because he could have had employees that couldn't afford a deck. He could have made the cards property of Intrepid Studios. But then people are going to say, well, where's your master list of all your magic cards? Because remember, If the company bought it, it's a company asset. Like, I've worked at companies and we had a fucking closet of board games. And yeah, when a new board game would come out, if everybody was really stoked about it, we would go out and I'd buy a version of it, and a little fucking label maker, property of X company, stick it on there, put it in there, and send out a mail like, hey guys, I just put a copy of something fucking happened to the Risk game, and so I bought a new copy and I put it in the game closet. Do not let anything happen to this one. I think Steven was paying his mom back. I think she funded the company early on. No, she couldn't have. How do I know she couldn't have? Because I have the first entry in the ledger. In order for her to fund the company, that money would have had to be reflected as given to the company. See, why Steven wanted the court records sealed is because he believes that by sealing the court records, and he can threaten Nephis and threaten to take down, but the thing is, man, I'm that TikTok video. Talk to me. I talk back. I don't need this fucking money to be successful. What are you gonna do? As soon as this is over, you're gonna contact YouTube and try to get it taken down? I'll fucking fight you. And then I'll fucking fight you, and because I'm here, I'll make you bring a lawyer out to fucking Southern Illinois. And our fucking federal courthouse, you're likely to get shot. Okay, our federal courthouse is our federal courthouse is in East fucking St. Louis, all right? When I go up there, I'm gonna be fucking strapped up, and I'm not even parking my car in the courthouse parking lot. I'm having somebody drop me off. Excuse me, sir, what is that? Oh, that's body armor. I'm gonna give it to this guy. Why? Because we just drove here. You know where your fucking courthouse is? Jesus, get off my ass. Nobody sues anybody in federal court in Southern Illinois. Nobody wants to get shot. But yeah, our federal courthouse is in Eugene. It's basically been taken over by homeless and meth zombies. Why is it every fucking federal courthouse is in like post-apocalyptic fucking war? Yeah, Steven said he didn't pay himself a salary. I have that quote. Hold up. I've got that one. Steven's probably like, God damn it, Jalon has everything. Yeah, man. Guess Steven should be clutching his pearls right now. Because if this is all the shit that I've been... Oh, you have his salary payments? Where are they? Are they in this document, or you got something else? Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, it's in here. I haven't gotten there. Steven paid himself $1,700. Oh, wait, can I just do this? Hold on. I think, oh, sorry, guys, I'm getting excited. He's fucked. How the fuck do you fuck that up? Oh, sucky now. I gotta wait till you guys see this dog shit. Holy fuck. First of all, Steven, you're the CEO of the company. You have to take a paycheck because your cash flow is too high. Now you got to take $1, but you can't pay dividends out the way you were, which is already going to fuck you guys. How much did Steven pay himself? Steven paid himself $278,000. Steven, where are you, baby? Oh, what did he used to call me when he would be mad at me when I would be in my Jalon persona with the top hat on? What would he call? Oh, baby girl. Hey, baby girl. Baby girl. I don't pay myself a salary. but you paid yourself $278,684.39. Oh, I'm sorry. $10,000 of that is office supplies. Also, you paid yourself. What a dirty bitch. What a dirty bitch. You paid yourself and you drove your company negative for subcontracted services? That's not even the fucking category you paid your other contractors out of. This fucking guy. He paid other contractors out of $20,000. Which again, those numbers are completely subjective to the company. You can set it up any way you want, but why are you paying out some people out of accounts payable? I'm rather confused. How can you do subcontracted payouts to yourself when you're the CEO? No, you can't. That's the problem. If your PGN does not make enough money, then I'm over the threshold where I have to take a salary. But I can't take any other compensation. So by law, I cannot pay out a dividend to myself until we have profits. As if you remember, about an hour ago, I went over that. I cannot pay out dividends unless we have profits. And last year, we ran at $150 loss for the company. So last year, I had zero eligibility to give myself a dividend. I could have other employees and not take a dividend. But I can't take a dividend unless I'm giving myself a paycheck. Because what they're going to say is you're getting around employment taxes. But as long as I give myself what is considered a fair wage, and everybody should know what a fair wage is, minimum wage, as long as I pay myself a minimum wage, I can pay myself a dividend. He thought he could play tax games by working as the CEO as a subcontractor instead of an employee, which would be a different tax filing for income, but you can't do that. Right, because remember, as a 1099 contractor, you pay both sides, which also, and I don't know this, let me look up that date range. How long did he do that for? 17, 19, he did it for 1 year, so he'd be okay. Remember, as a independent contractor, your first year is on the house. Your second year, if your overall tax liability is going to be in excess of $600, you have to make quarterly payments beginning in the fiscal year after you start working as an independent contractor. Which is why I tell people, if you're going to start as an independent contractor, start in January. Makes your life easier. As I said at the beginning of the show, I could spend a month of Sundays looking at this document. Like, this motherfucker spent $2,600 on plants. Yeah, but it's not a 1 year freebie. You still have to pay the employment tax. What the fuck is Speedtree? They bought Speedtree, which is procedural modeling. Oh, you know what I didn't ever see in there? Steven said he bought the Epic Games environment pack. I haven't seen that. Yeah, Steven thought it was a freebie because he can't read. What is air aroma? Okay, that's fine. It's a shitty thing to buy, but it's fine. $79.99 to Epic Games. They don't even have this shit right. They have GoDaddy.com listed at advertising and promotion, which you don't your website and your domain are marketing expenses. And then they have another GoDaddy. I love how payroll is like random too. Amazon, Red Lobster, Air Aroma, Amazon, San Diego Interior Plants. $2,000 for their contractor for their website in July of 2016, and that website was dog shit. The complaint charges that the individual defendant participated in deceptive acts or practices. Oh yeah, he's not allowed. That's him. That Thomas is technically not supposed to have been able to. Well, again, I got a foot stomp. I don't believe Thomas was allowed to engage with Intrepid Studios because they had an affiliate program. But that's up to a judge to decide. I'm trying to figure out what could have been for repairs and maintenance for the affirm payments for 25 months. Yeah, they paid $460,000 to him, and he only contributed $1.4 million of the $2 million they give him credit for. I'm trying to figure out what could have been. Help me out. Give me like a specific name of something so that I can look at it, because this document is 18,000 lines long. It's labeled affirm. Okay. Affirm.com. What the fuck? No, yeah, affirm is buy now, pay later, so that's bad. That's bad. Let's do this. Let's clear all, affirm. Repairs and maintenance. $6,000 over 2 years for repairs and maintenance. But we can't trust that. We can't trust this at all. We can't trust that repairs and maintenance are valid, because we already know that their split codes and QuickBooks are all bullshit. And what we would need one more thing. We would need their entire hierarchy of split codes before we could even attempt to get into somebody's head. The fact that they spent $600,000 on computers and equipment, like, this is deplorable. You don't do this. Oh no, they do have it separated. 6490 and 61500. Okay, so that's okay. They get an okay on something. They get an okay. They were buying Amazon digital things. Yeah, the payroll thing, Salty Bread, don't even try to look at that. They fucked all that up. You got to dig in. Like I said, I have 3 different locations I had to look in to even start to find payroll, and I can only come up with about $26,000 of payroll. They spent remember when I said a long time ago that servers weren't cheap? Fuck all of my haters. Fuck you all. People fucking badmouthed me to say I didn't know what I was talking about, that you can run a fucking MMORPG on $1,000 game server. Fuck all you bitches. There, not even your beloved Intrepid Studios could run their MMO on $1,000 a month servers. Let's see. Know what I haven't seen? You know what else I haven't seen? I haven't seen any of the cons they went to. Servers are expensive as fuck. I know. That's what I said. And then everyone was making fun of me. Anthem BC. Health insurance. $310,000 on health insurance in the year 2019. Oh. And again, because they fucking don't know what they're doing. Subcontracted services contractor Anthem BC. Oh no, it's just okay. Never mind. My mistake. I've been doing this so long, my eyes are starting to cross. So 6170. Okay, they separated it out by vendor. Okay, Arby's. They bought $380 worth of Arby's. $17,000 at AT&T, $83,000 at Autodesk, $12,000 at Bamboo HR. This is Bank of New Zealand. I hope a jury gets this for fraud. I really do. I hope an attorney I hope a prosecutor in California gets this. I want to show you guys why they don't know what the fuck. This is why they don't know where their money is. Okay? This is clearly. And again, somebody is going to say, Jalan, you're just being. This is getting silly because words don't matter. Illiterate bitch. If it's a check, it's not a debit. If it's a check, if it's an ACH, it's not a check. But you don't know what the fuck. You can't find your money if you don't label your money correctly. ACHs are not checks. They can be labeled as withdrawals. They can be labeled as expenses. But your better way to do that is to label them as electronic transfers. That way you can say, where the fuck is all our money? Oh, shit. They spent $3,200 at Chevron. They went to the Cheesecake Factory, Chick-fil-A. Fuck Steven and his Playboy. I'm sorry. Fuck Steven. Are you telling me all the years that we did Extra Life, the company only made one charitable contribution for $20 to Extra Life? I know, Salty Bread. I talked about that. They need vendor name. How did vendor get paid? Now remember, the Extra Life money goes straight to Extra Life. Intrepid doesn't get. I don't ever get your money when you donate to Extra Life. One time only, somebody donated money to my donate, and I said, I'll move it. Don't try to reverse it. I'll take care of it. The Colorado Department of Revenue, Coffee Ambassador. There's one charge. Again, this is why they're going to go. This is why they deserve to be in front of a jury. PayPal service fees. Those aren't PayPal service fees. Those aren't PayPal service fees. Kraft Media Group? What the fuck is Kraft Media Group? They gave $400,000 to Kraft Media Group. Quick update, what's going on? We have all of the financials of Intrepid Studios thanks to Nefis. How can we make the California government aware? They already have been made aware. That's why I couldn't talk about things until other creators released it, which is why I wanted to bitch slap one particular loudmouth, because I care about those employees being protected. I don't give a fuck about Robert Dawson or Jason Karamanis or Teresa or Aaron or any of these other fuckholes, John or Steven. I give a fuck about those employees. So, and Carthos will tell you, because I clued him in because of my health condition, I gave him a copy of my complaint, just in case. I said, hey, hold on to this for me, because no joke, when some of this was going on, I got diagnosed with neuropathy, small cell, non-diabetic idiopathic small cluster neuropathy. Unfortunately, a nerve near my heart has neuropathy in it. They don't know what's going to happen when that nerve acts up. I might need a pacemaker. I can't get a heart transplant. Oh. Hey, we don't do any marketing. I apologize, guys. They gave a lot more money to Critical Hit than I found in passing, because they have it hidden under consulting, not marketing. They spent $142,500 on a public relations firm. Did you a lot of good, didn't it, Steven? Should have hired me. I could have given you references from Leo Burnett and DDB Needham, and I could have brought my team of people. If I had $142,000 to bring people on, I would have given you a lot better results than Critical Hit gave you. Customize Happy. The fuck is Customize Happy? Personal pillowcases, mugs, and more. Another foreign contractor, salaries, software, payroll. Payroll clearing. I love payroll clearing. So what we've seen so far is every year their money disappears. Delta Air, there it is. February of 21. See, you shouldn't have no memo here. They spent $3,000 at Delta. But they don't tell you why. Let's see. Discord Nitro. Dish Network. Wow, guys. Wow. Remember I said it wasn't going to get worse today? It just got worse. The Department of Motor Vehicles. $5,000 in Domino's Pizza. $220,000 on DoorDash. I'm not trying to be sexist. I'm not trying to be misogynistic. I'm not trying to be condescending. But you know who did my DoorDashing when I was a corporate exec? My assistant did. I would say to my assistant, what are you thinking about lunch today? And she'd tell me, and I'd say, great. I buy, you fly, you go. That's part of your job. Part of your job is so that I don't leave the building, you go get my lunch, but I pay for yours out of my pocket. They spent $6,000 on Dropbox. Water is okay. You need water in the office. Edible arrangements. Okay, so this is why John needs to be shot. They spent $639.79 on edible arrangements, but we don't know the difference between staff meals and staff gifts. There is $118,000 on payroll that I didn't see previously. Einstein Brothers Bagels, $118. Enterprise Rent-A-Car, $58,000 on rental cars. $102,000 at Epic Games. One of which most likely being a payment they owed them. Employee, they have like 15 employee headings. Experian. Why the fuck would a company like this need a subscription to Experian? Easy Cater, $5,000. Carthos, are you still here? Because you get more vindication. You can ram it right up fucking Roshan's ass. Advertising and promotion. But we don't do any paid marketing. Motherfuckers, advertising is 100% paid marketing. That literally is what it is. They have $3,000 just about at the Fairmont. I've already done the Exola payments. I'll get there. Financial Pacific Leasing, $270,000. The Florida Department of Revenue, that's nothing. Fortnite, $750 on Fortnite. $120,000 at Forward Financing. Oh, Game Empire, $11,000. Good to see. Good to see it, guys. Love to see it. Love to see it. Especially in 2016. Why are you sponsoring shit in 2016? Wow. I can't show you the guy's name, but does anybody want to know how fucking big of a no the fuck you didn't with that? They have a whole fucking category that you can't have. Let me say this. This right here, 2 lines out of 18,000. That's it. I don't think my friend is sitting at his desk because it's 5:17 his time. Yeah, he's off work. This is an automatic pierce the corporate veil. If you create a category, and I want to double check with him. Yeah, this is like doing the crime and uploading it on social media. When you create this category, and let me see over here if they have more of this. Yeah, piercing the veil would have been a shorter entry. Let me see how much of this they did. Holy fuck, someone going to jail. They have I showed you the ancestry stuff earlier. They have ancestry on personal expenses paid by court. Ladies and gentlemen, you can't do this. And let me show you where a really big fucking red flag is. Well, let's just see if you guys can find the really big red flag. Can anybody see the really big red flag? The 2 really big red flags. The 3 really big red flags. 4. Anybody see them? Start calling them out. There's 4 really big flags right here. I just want to see who's awake. Not that I care. Ancestry's 1. $900 in Christmas, Texas 2. That's good. That's 2. You're missing the 2 big ones. Groupon is piddly shit. You shouldn't have it. Why are we paying for somebody's personal lawyer? And why do you have a check for $103,000 to Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia? And then why do you have it listed as a deposit when it comes back, but nothing here? Yeah, this is, like I said earlier in the show, this is not most likely Streamline Studios, considering this expense location. Yeah, except Streamline Studios never got paid. There's a big problem here. Yeah, why? Good call. You wouldn't do it this way. You wouldn't call it a deposit. You would call this a reversal. You would have this and you'd have a memo. Let me fix this right here. So you would have invoice number, and then this wouldn't be a deposit. This would be a reversal because it's more than 1 day later. You would say same name, reversal of invoice number, because now let me show you why these fuckheads are probably never on point. Is this income? Yes. Yes, that's income. You notice that the way they set this up, personal expense paid by core, personal expense paid. Black numbers on your ledger are not payments. They are receipts. I am the company. I give money out in payments. I receive money in. I have to have a different split. I have to have a different QuickBooks 5-digit number. I don't have to have a 5-digit. Well, I think on QuickBooks you actually do have to have a 5. It's been a hot fucking minute since I was in QuickBooks. I think you do have to have a 5-digit number. Hold on. Because now it'll bother me. No, it doesn't need to be a 5-digit number. How it goes from negative 103 to a positive. Oh, disregard that, Puddles. When you see they're all the same category, it's because I've pulled out just personal expenses paid by core. There'll be other transactions in between. I just want to see all the personal expenses paid by the core. Good eyes. Good that you're looking, but you can't. I'm pulling out. I'm filtering. Guys, I didn't realize this show was going to take me 3 hours and 37 minutes. I thought this was going to be like a 2-hour show. GitHub, 10,000 to GitHub. That's good. Oh, hey, 86,000 for GM with no split code. Isn't that funny? No split code. Were they trying to bury it? Website hosting fees, that's righteous. Gold Belly. Staff gifts. Okay, we'll let that slide. Google Office software, we'll let that G Suite. Okay, Google Ads. Oh, I thought we didn't do advertising. Steven, I thought we didn't do no fucking advertising. Yeah, I know GM Financial is auto loans. Why does a game development studio need a car? I do not have... So, a long time ago, in a land far away, I had John and Steven... I had done, like, a lot of background research into John and Steven. Unfortunately, that computer blew up. So I don't have John's anymore. But Steven has an undergraduate degree in philosophy and religious studies. But he's smarter than me in business. Oh, wait. I apologize. I can't make that symbol in reference to Steven. That was an honest mistake. I can't do that one. I do apologize for that one. That was out of line. Payroll clearing, payroll clearing, payroll clearing, payroll. So I found 67 million in payroll. So that's good. That was one thing I was looking for earlier. And again, why I don't have it on the screen is because I can't, I didn't have shit, guys. I worked for 3.5 hours to mark this up. They spent $227,000 at their law firm. Hootsuite. I'm not going to fucking ding them on that. Hotel at Viejas? Where the fuck is this? Viejas Casino and Resort. Good to see that we need to stay at a casino. TotalHotels.com. So, lots of hotels. Insufficient fund fees. Interactive Entertainment Law Group. So they spent another $233,000 at a entertainment law group. What the fuck is... Well, I'll just show it because what the fuck? Nothing like completely random transfers of money with absolutely no explanation. No explanation. Shopping around for lawyers to tell them that what they're doing isn't illegal, right? Those are the ones you asked about earlier. Oh, these? Yeah. Remember, earlier I was going through things I had curated. Now I'm into the general ledger. So this is what Nex said earlier. This is moving money from one account to another account, bouncing the money around, because you can see by the dollar amounts. You're moving money from one account to the next account to try to stay ahead of the interest payments. You're trying to... It doesn't look like laundering, no. What this looks like is... I'm keeping money moving around so that it always looks like I have an account with money in it. But in reality, what you're doing is you're fee bouncing. Or you're about to have an account closed for abandonment and you're like, okay, well, I'll move money into it. So now they have another 282,000 in computers. I love the 379 on iTunes. 2,500 at Jake Stelmar. I found another $47,000 in employee fees, and another 40, and another 50. Wow, man, you guys suck ass. 44 more, 26 more, 14. Oh, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? John Moore, 2.5 million out of the company. John Moore, 41,000 out of the company. The Kaiser Group, health insurance is fair. Here's another employee. Holy fuck, these guys. Steven, I'm just gonna say this. It would have cost you a hotel and meals, which you clearly had no problem paying for either, and you wouldn't have lost your company. You just wouldn't have liked the fact that I would have slapped you with the fucking book and said, what are you doing? Is this normal? They seem to have used a ton of different websites, programs to handle payouts. It is normal when you have remote employees and international employees. But as I showed earlier, you're moving money around, like Nex said over on Kick. You're moving money around so that you're resetting overdraft fees, or they have business accounts with large enough balances that they can get a grace, and they're allowing it. Now, as far as your question, Salty Bread, if Steven had hired me, and guys, I want to remind you, I not only got this document this morning, but I did all that presentation I did, and I mapped this out. This is how I would have structured, right off the bat, the 6,000 series for employees. And this was literally digging back into records and finding something similar that I had done before. So where you see payroll processing fees, 6,503, this would have been 31, 32, 33, right? So when I type in 65031, the only thing it shows me is what I've paid to ADP. 32 is Gusto. And then over here, if you were going to have international contractors, so 66010 would be independent contractors, 66020 freelancers, 66030, well, I would bump that, and I would do 66030 international contractors, and then 66040 consulting. Now, the really nice thing about QuickBooks, see how I just crossed out something, slid something in, and made something else? If I change 66030 to 66040, it's going to go back to the very first entry in my QuickBooks and change all of those. Why would I not want to do that? Because I filed 8 years of tax returns. I don't want to fuck with that. So what I would do is I would, at the start of a year, then I would say, break, now I'm going to make a change. But that's also why, let me go back over here real quick. It's also why you might think to yourself, okay, independent contractors, freelancers, consulting fees, does it really matter if 66040 is international contractors? No, not in the fucking slightest. Not in the slightest. As long as everything's listed there once, like this one. This is where John didn't know what the fuck he was doing. Okay? Why the fuck did you create a split for loans this way. You don't. I don't give a shit about being nice anymore. Code 25310 should be loans. Let me see if I mapped that one out. Give me one second. I think I might have mapped that out too, because I think I knew I was going to run into this problem. Yeah, so you don't create categories for a company giving you loans. Appreciate the follow. You create the category. Yeah, I didn't do loans. I did assets, I did equity. Remember, why is loan to shareholders as an asset? Because you're the lender. You would create a category, liabilities, and then one of those things in the category of liabilities would be loans. And then it would be like 20,100 external loans. And then 20,101, but you have to have a master heading. And maybe he did do that. But because this is so fucking... Yeah, the last loans typically have loan numbers attached to them, not loan number 1 and loan number 2. But next, you see what I'm talking about? You wouldn't put it in the split category in QuickBooks. You'd put it in the memo. The split category becomes the lender, and the memo becomes... The memo becomes what you're paying. And on this one... what confuses the shit out of me is the date. You're paying off loan 2, and then you get back to paying back loan 1. And if we look right here, the 13th, the 15th, the 15th, the 19th, the 20th, the 21st, the 22nd, the 25th, the 26th. What the fuck are you doing? Like, what precisely the motherfuck are you doing paying like this? And of course, these are a snapshot in isolation. But yeah, they paid $500,000. Oh yeah, I'll get there. I'm just going down. I'm going down in alphabetical order. By the way, they took $626,000 from that place. Here's another $7,000 in pizza. Liberty Mutual's okay. LinkedIn. $37,000 in LinkedIn. What the fuck is Lion Bridge Technologies? Marketing, content creation, and localization. There's $80,000. Steven, I thought you didn't pay anything in that. And they wrote up, let me show you how fucked this is. You guys aren't going to believe how fucked this is. Next, get ready. Get ready. Same company. Same company, check, bill payment. Software accounts payable. No memo, no explanation. Now, is it possible you're buying software and accounts pay a service? Sure. Exactly. Huh? Because then you should do something like that, where you would change it to promotion Or in this wonderful fucking memo category, you say what it's for. Let me check over here on the other ledger. Let me fucking see. This is... Guys, I don't think I've ever seen something as fucked up as this. Yeah, they didn't... Oh, Nephis had flagged this, but look, this is how they put their fucking... their stuff into their journal. Where is the memo? It could be. By the way, if they had just fucking monetized their Twitch channel, they probably would have made more money. Mac Hollywood... What the fuck is Mac Hollywood Inc.? And by the way, I want all of you that have looked at this... Oh, that's fine. That's on-site repair. And yeah, they needed it for the code base. That's fine. If any of you have gone through this document and you've seen like any like spank my ass services, if there's any dominatrixes on here and you guys haven't told me, we're gonna fight. We are going to fight. Don't let me stumble into no fucking somebody was paying to get their ass paddled. Here's another employee. Here's another employee. Here's a foreign contractor. Salary, Microsoft. You spent $24,000 on software from Microsoft. Yeah, better not be any fucking Grinder subs. Oh, no, they did not. We don't use AI generation. We don't use AI generation. You fucking liars. You fucking liars. Is he still in the Midjourney Discord? Milton's. I guess Steven was trying to personally keep Milton's in business $5,800 later. Here's $14,000 to another legal firm. What's Miro.com? Oh my god. You don't have a fucking whiteboard? What's MongoDB? This fucking company is nothing but third-party solutions cobbled together. MongoDB is an American software company that develops and provides commercial support for source-available database engine Mongo, a database for unstructured data. A free SQL database? That's fine, but it ain't free. It's $41,000. Here's five... Ladies and gentlemen, why the fuck, if you're a multi-million-dollar company, are you paying a monthly fee for a bank service? Oh, I know, they've got... Dude, they're gonna get audited. They're gonna be fucked. I would like to say, though, if anybody knows Robert Dawson or Jason Karamanis, I can fix this. A wonderful part about my skill set is that I can fix this fucking mess. 350... Oh, well, here you go. We don't do any fucking marketing, lying pieces of shit. There is $315,000 in marketing and promotions. Yes, Salty Bread, I do want to fix it. You know why I want to fix it? Because I would love for Robert Dawson, because Robert Dawson and I have one thing in common, and only one thing: a love of money. We have a love of money. I can fix 75 to 80% of this shit in a heartbeat. And I would love to do it now, just so that it would get shoved up Steven's ass. Because Steven said, I had left the community. And he called me a jackass. Oh, well, apparently this is... I'm going to link this for you guys so that you can see this one. Because apparently we needed to spend $349,000 here. For what, I have no idea. But we spent $349 on a fucking novel. What the fuck is New Relic? New Relic Inc. is an American web tracking and analytics company based in San Francisco. The company's cloud-based software allows websites and mobile apps to track user interactions and service operator software and hardware performance. That's $2,500. I don't know why you bothered. Your website was fucking garbage. They spent $9,000 at Newegg, $63,000 at Nintendo, $6,000. Oh, that's fine. That's peddly shit. Here's another $81,000. NordVPN. OnStar. Overdraft fees. What's Oyster HR Inc.? Human Relations, right? They spent holy sweet Jesus. You know that one TikToker? Jesus Christ on a motorbike. They spent $1 million on Oyster Human Relations in 2 years. Not even 2 years. Okay. We were almost close. Paddle.com. Paddle.com. It's not what you think. But we were fucking close. PagerDuty Incorporated. What the fuck is PagerDuty Incorporated? PagerDuty is an American cloud computing specializing in SaaS incident management. These guys have fucking cobbled together. Why would they be paying $2,099 to West Coast Business Capital every month? Salty, let me drive. I'm going down in alphabetical order. I'll get there. But what is West Coast Business Capital LLC? Since fucking had to jump it. Yeah, SaaS. Makes sense that they have it. West Coast Building Capital. Private investment firm. So they took a loan. Was going to be my guess. Hey, another $4,500 from another lawyer. Also, I'm not trying to be a dickhead here. Oh, maybe that's that. Okay, never mind. Here's another Patriot Software payroll. There's 8 million. There's paychecks. These fucking people have money everywhere. It's like that movie, Bad Boys 2. There's money everywhere. Clean it up, would you? PayPal purchases, $12,000. And this is the sort of shit that gets you audited right here. Right here. PayPal purchases for R&D. Any idea why Kira doesn't cover that kind of stuff? I have no idea. Kira, this is no dig at Kira. This is no dig at Nephis. This is no dig at anybody. I have a background in corporate. I have this John Moore's job was my job at one point, except I didn't drive a company into the ground. Also, I have done an awful lot of audits. Part of my job in the military was I had a $4 billion budget, and I was responsible for it, which meant at the end of the year, if there was money, you saw a bunch of people bashing Kira on Nephas's videos because Kira called Nephas like a sock puppet. But I apologized to Kira. Probably shouldn't have, but I did. Because he did something similar to me, and then he said I never did anything to the guy. But whatever. PlayFab. They spent $60,000 on PlayFab. By the way, Robert, Jason, I'd like to remind you that you should probably just cut me a check, pay me my affiliate money, and I'll go the fuck away. Because it's gonna really suck when you get to your new company and somebody saddles you with the, hey, when you transferred the accounts, you transferred the referral program. Because it was debt incurred but not yet paid. And you didn't launch the game and then move it. I'm just saying. Oh, fuck. Hold on. It's gonna be... Oh. I love when humor from years ago pops its ass back up. Oh, I don't have it. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, I do have it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. I made this a long time ago. And you're going to be able to tell I made this a long time ago because this is before Steven spent $110 of company money, I guess, getting a haircut at a salon. Portillo's, endorsed by Steven Sharif. Chicago has Portillo's, so it's good in my book. I hope so. I hope Portillo's is good in your book, because you spent $2,200 of company money there. By the way, guys, this is an autographed Steven Sharif hat. I will start the bidding at $5,000. And I will put that money towards putting a $5,000 bid in on Ashes. Because I would love to fuck with Robert Dawson's sale. Because I'd love to show up and be like $5,000. 6, 9. Just to be a little bastard about it. Just to make them transfer money to Intrepid. So that money then gets seized by all the creditors. Holy $16,000 in meals at Postmates. PremiumBeat.com, $980. Prime Now, $930. Prime Video, $300. Private Chefs, $21,000. Holy fuck. Guys, you can't build irony better than this. Next, close your eyes. Next, this might cause your brain to explode. They spent $2,000 on QuickBooks. I have no fuck... Well, first of all, how the hell did you only have QuickBooks going back to 2020? They spent fucking $2,000 on QuickBooks. I don't know why. They don't know how to use it for a damn. $102,000 to Rebound Sound Company. Reddit Gold. Yeah, that's valid. Although, it's weird that they stopped having it. But Reddit Gold is a legit. Maybe not. Maybe not. They spent 2,000. You can't make this shit up. After all the other legal fees that I've rattled off, they spent $2,000 at Rocket Lawyer. $356,000 in rent. Another fucking $8,000 on plants. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you all to know you do not, when you donate to my show, when you tip, when you sub, you do not pay for fucking plants. I don't have any plants. I had one plant and it wasn't even mine, and my wife killed the fucking aloe plant. We do not have fucking plants here. Oh no, we're making that. Don't worry. They spent $23 on Scribed. They spent $523 on car repair. They spent $366,000 on utilities. The fuck are you? What the fuck? I don't know what that is. And I don't want to speak out of turn because Steven will... I could get 999 things in a row right, and the one thing that I miss. Holy motherfuck. They loaned his mom $1.3 million. Here's another $4,000 on show plans, interiors. Here's $35,000. Apparently, we needed $523 on Sirius XM. As long as this Sirius XM is a business account, then that would be okay. Here's another $385,000 in rent. Oh yeah, Steven. Like you wanted to claim that your studio was $77,000, or 77,000 square feet, or 27,000 square feet, and you were paying 15 grand a month for that. No, you weren't. Southwest Air, they paid 508. What the fuck? Who bought drinks with the company credit card? One plane ticket and 4 charges, all on the same day. Seems a little odd. I do not want to look this one up. Guys, I'm scared. I was hoping I would get through the whole fucking show without debauchery. Oh. Remember when I did my first interview with Steven and I called him out for all the bullshit? Ladies and gentlemen. Oops. Sparky Pants Studios, who actually has a game on Steam, which is very positive, called Mind Over Magic. Yeah, Van Candy. Advanced Loan 1. Travel expenses, professional fees. The Regis Hotel. $15,000 at the Regis Hotel. They stayed there twice. Steven, you could have had a fucking guy that has a skill set like a mile long, and it would have cost you less than $15,000. So they were paying the auto insurance. They spent $15,000 on Nevada taxes. What the fuck is this? $6,000 in Steam games? Steven took salary again somewhere else, $641,000. Stormmancer, $500,000. $810 for Stream Charts. Streamline Media Group, $329,000. Stripe refunds. Susie's Cakes, $1,500. Dear Christ, Steven. Did nobody ever teach this guy what fraud is? You cannot have a fucking category called 63,900 medical expenses. Even if you got hurt at work, you need to write it up as workman's comp. And you don't pay the employee. Your workman's comp insurance company pays the employee, and then you pay your workman's comp. Otherwise, you're literally... This isn't how you do that. I'm gonna cross-check one thing. Let me cross-check the big book of knowledge. 1 second. Gotta look up if the person was injured at work. Yeah, you can't do it this way. What you did is, yeah, this is compensation you're trying to hide. This is expenses that'll get reclassified as wages. Yeah, he might have been paying, somebody was using something to maybe make co-payments on the doctor's visits. But if somebody was hurt, well, no, Supra, that is the copay. Yeah, personal expense, $103,000. I went over that one. That's no good. We gave Teresa Bath $38,000. TechNet Partners, $232,000. The Guardian Health Insurance, $461,000. That's valid. You have postage and UPS store. Okay. We gave Thomas Alakazin $467,000. Tiger Capital, Tiger Loan. Yeah, I know what that is. $718 for Time Warner Cable. Computer and internet expenses. No. Torrey Pines Girls High School Volleyball, unless they are a charitable fucking organization, is another auto fucking red flag for the IRS. And yet you gave $1,000 to a girl high school. And you gave like 20 some odd bucks to Extra Life. Isn't copay just for regular doctor's visits? Why would a company pay for that and not have it under benefits? You wouldn't. Like I said, I come into work for you. One of your idiot employees drops a desk on my foot. I break my foot and I got to go to the orthopedic surgeon. You don't give me money for that because that's why you have liability insurance. Your liability insurance company gives me the money because workman's comp, you're required to pay all my bills. The way they've done it that way, it's going to roll back as compensation to the employee. Torrey Pines High School girls volleyball is managed through a charitable tax exempt entity. Okay, cool. Ticketmaster, $80. Ticketmaster is never a travel expense. I do believe Steven originally wanted to create this game even after seeing all this. He just did it all wrong, wasted so much in places that weren't necessary, and eventually found himself having to do very sketchy things. No, I'm going to tell you right here, man. Ready? Steven may have wanted to build the game, but he was sketchy as fuck from the very beginning. Here is $6 million transferred to John Moore. All shareholder loans. John Moore's not a shareholder. Yeah, I would agree that Steven wanted to... I just dropped a very expensive coin. I believe Steven might have wanted to maybe kind of build the game. Yeah, he was big into MLMs before. Here's $3,500 to John's company. Here's another employee. Here's another employee. Here's Twitch. Type frag server. Yeah, that's fine. $8 for UA in-flight. $5,000 in Ubers. Not acceptable. You can't just leave the memo line blank on Ubers. You need to say why. I'm still trying to find the link between Aaron and IS, but the Google AI summary threw me for a loop when he said he was the lead narrator. I didn't see that info. Went down a rabbit hole. Oh, that's fine. I appreciate you going down the rabbit hole because I can't go down all of them. So you guys know I'm just about out of fuel. I'm gonna need to I'm gonna have to get up tomorrow and run silos with Rail. I was supposed to play Once Human. I was only supposed to do this for about 2 hours. My health is getting better, but what the fuck is Valor Labs? What the hold on. Hold on. That's a big fuck up, by the way. You can't put Valor Labs Inc. and then have that be a fuel company. They spent $535,000 at a company called Valor Labs Inc. for software. But Valor Labs Inc., for my foreign friends, quite often you'll have two companies doing business with the same exact name, but in different states. But Valor Labs Inc. is a software company. Let's do software. Well, okay. Custom web mobile development. DevOps. So they spent $500,000 on that. They spent $70,000 on vanilla forums. How the fuck do you have people this stupid working for you? Ladies and gentlemen, this is why John Moore... how many goddamn web developers did they have? A lot. Look at this shit. This is the shit that the first time I retrain you and the second time I fire you. Software. Why is it when you changed payment methods, you changed split code? And then why'd you change the split code again? You have 3 different split codes, all with a different payment method, except this one is a wire, but it's the same. Venmo, a contractor, vidIQ, 2,800 on vidIQ. Vonage is phones, that's fine. Walmart, that's fucking fine. We test you. Wow. Okay, if anybody knows any of the employees, that work at Intrepid Studios. Oh, this is, never mind. Well, even then, they can't do this. Well, this one is a little bit different. This could be, COVID. That could have been, COVID testing, which would be acceptable. Business meals. Yeah, those are COVID tests. At first, I thought we test you, and then I was like, drug testing, which you can do, but then you should have one drug test entry for every employee, every potential employee. West Coast Business Capital, we covered. Wire out fee. Yeah, you've got $2,000 in wire out fees. I love this. Ladies and gentlemen, there is nothing better when you have people that don't know what they're doing. Withdrawal vendor name needed. As far as the IRS is going to be concerned, Steven is on the hook for all of that. Or John is on the hook for all of that. Exola, marketing and promotions, which I don't ever remember Exola doing anything. And I was one of Exola's top creators in the time period. I sold a fuck ton of Fractured. Zen Payroll Inc. Here's another payroll company. So there's $10 million. Why the fuck did they have a subscription to Zoom? Holy fuck. They have a whole category called no names. They have a whole category called no names. You guys aren't even going to believe this shit. Oh, that could be it. Good call, Skeeters. Good call. That's Exola's commission. Good. Good call. Good call. Good. I like that. The teamwork makes the dream work, especially when the streamer is tired. I appreciate that. That is very. Let me scroll back up to Exola first, because that's probably going to make sense. They spent $88,000 for Zendesk. Yes. Okay. So this right here is another example of. No. This can't be the. This can't be what I was thinking. Good idea, but maybe they never. No, because Exola takes their cut before they sends the money to you. So yeah, this looks like a standard. You're buying a rate, but this is also ugly because why are you paying out of two different accounts? This goes back to what Nex was saying. They have money, and what they're doing is they're moving the money, and they're staying ahead of their balances. 14 down. Don't do this to me. 14 down in no name. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Shareholder distributions of 125,000. Or the one after that, that's Ask My Accountant. Or the one that goes to Thomas. Yeah, guys, this is how fucking inept John Moore was. No name. An investor, no name. $112 million. I wish I was making this up. $112 million in no name. The one below, Ask My Accountant. Okay, just for you. Holy fuck. Look, Dick Munches, when you have fucking 1,000 lines of no name. Sims. Oh my fucking God. No, it's SLM. That's SLM, not SIM. But I love this. What was this transaction for? To reverse 2005 balancing? Yeah, like you did everything else? Because on the last day of the year, you had 289,000 on the first day of the next year. And I'm sure that Steven is going to have, first of all, you know Steven doesn't have the ball sack to fucking strike me, because if he DMCA strikes me, I'll rebut, and then he has to file a lawsuit, or he has to give it up. I don't care. I'll fight him on the beaches. I don't give a shit. I'll never surrender. All that motherfucker has to do to get me to go away, all he has to do is open up the PlayFab ID, figure out what he owes me, throw 10% onto that, just like Liam Neeson in Taken. Because you are an asshole, the fee goes up 10%. That's your asshole tax. But Steven is about maximum accountability. He just can't wait for discovery. But Steven motions to have the records sealed. If he sues, that would open him up for discovery. Yep. And you cannot sue a media firm under the guise of you want it sealed. You can ask for a gag order until the end, but you can't. I'll be like, Your Honor, I wholeheartedly object to it being sealed because I operate in full transparency. What I think is just funny is Steven wants full transparency. He wants full transparency. Oh, hold on. I'm in the wrong document. He wants full transparency. Where is that crap that he said? I gotta go find it. It is certainly heartbreaking to see the impact to the people I care both about, my developers and community. But given what has transpired and the lack of facts available to the public, the reputational impact is something that cannot be avoided until the record is set straight with the proper public filings. Steven is the biggest video game chode ever. If you Google worst video game scams of all time. Hold on. Let's do it. By the way, whichever one of you dirty fucks, I don't know which one of you it was, thought it would be funny to send me a tiny URL in Discord to say, check this out. And I trusted you and I clicked on it and it popped up Pornhub. Do you have any idea how fucking obnoxious it is to have to fucking sort through your machine and get rid of that? I know who it was and they laughed and it was a big joke, but please don't do that to streamers, because streamers then have to go and take that shit off and recheck their browser over and over and over again. No, that wasn't you. If that it sounds like you, but Karthos, our friendship is such that if you did that to me, I would be on a plane to Oregon. I would find your ass. I'd be like, where is this motherfucker? Granted, I'm kind of like a snail. You only have to avoid me for about 5 to 6 hours at a time, and then I have to, fucking grandpa has to go to bed. Worst MMO scams of all time. The Day Before, Chronicles of Illyria, Star Citizen, Camelot Unchained, Dream World, Maple Story. Okay, let's Google that shit. Not Google Maps. Worst MMO scams of all time. Oh, worst video game scams. The Day Before, Mythic, Ashes of Creation, alleged. It's there. But when you Google Steven Sharif, look what comes up. For more than a decade, I poured all my resources, including millions of dollars, my health, and my sole focus into creating Ashes of Creation. No. No. No, you did not. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see it. That's how his looks. Yeah, I poured all of your resources into the game. I want to thank I want to thank everybody who sends me stuff. It really makes the content creator's life easy. As I said earlier, Nephis is doing amazing work. The only creator I've ever followed, 100% love. Nothing but love for Nephis. In fact, I'm gonna... I just shot on Twitch, I shouted him out. Nothing but love for that creator. That creator put out content, got kicked out of the official Discord. That creator put out content, got their Reddit a permanent strike, and they got challenged by on YouTube. I think that's bullshit. Steven's a fucking bully, or Steven cultivated a community of bullies. It's absolutely unacceptable. That you want to talk about shit like, I want full transparency. I apologize for going for 4.5 hours, but it just took me 4.5 hours to do the first cursory glance. And I drilled down some rabbit holes. Nephis went down other rabbit holes. But at the end of the day, folks, there's $20 or $30 million missing. Let me back that up a second. There's $20 million missing. There's another $10 or so million misappropriated. And as I said earlier, when you see, and everybody needs to stand on top of this, because this is bullshit. Steven hurt the industry. Every single place where Steven had, or John, have that phrase, you can't do shareholder distributions in a C Corp. C corporations have specific rules, and those are called dividends. And the company can only pay dividends if the company has profits, retained earnings. I don't know what the fuck happened with their QuickBooks. So this part, I gotta do this. So saith my lawyer. Let me grab this real quick because I want to keep this. I have moved into the op-ed section at 5:22 Central Time. There is a level. There is honestly a level of incompetence that becomes criminal. Because at some point, you cannot behave this way with other people's money and expect not to run into somebody who's gonna rock your shit and absolutely fuck you up. And I'm gonna share with you something. I normally don't share the contents of my private messages, but in this particular case, I'm gonna share content of private message. What was presented to me by an anonymous individual, and when I say anonymous individual, the fucking Secretary of State or the Attorney General for the state of California can tell me to identify my source, and I will have to literally look at the judge and say, I have no idea who my source is. I asked my source the question of, are you an Intrepid employee? And they said no, because I had an NDA in place that forbade me from sharing anything that I get from an Intrepid employee. And technically, Steven could send me a bunch of fucking documents and I'd never be able to talk about anything because my NDA is written as such. Even if I get the document from a third party, if I've been given the document by Intrepid, I can't talk about it. Because there have been things, even if he resigned because he's still a shareholder. Because Steven is still a shareholder, he would technically count as receiving it from Intrepid. Now, if Steven Sharif started bombarding me, I would literally just respond with, I refuse to open any of those. I would send a notarized registered mail out to him and say, I've never read any of these. And then I'd block him on Discord so he can't send me anything else. Does it apply to former employees? Yes, NDAs are enforceable. What a lot of the employees have done is against the law. But aren't they protected as a whistleblower at that point? That is where a lot of what employees said to Nefis Steven could come back and attempt to sue them because they violated their NDA. Is it going to go very well in court trying to sue employees that you dicked over on their fucking wages? No. Yeah, and whistleblower protection only counts like what I did when I got the documents that I got. Yeah, whistleblowers only protected when they go to a source like the police or similar, which is why when I was given the documents I was given, and why I didn't show one of the documents, I simply read it, was because I chose to take those documents that I had and other stuff that I had, and I gave it to the Attorney General of the state of California, and I contacted both of the class action lawsuit firms. And then I had to sit on my hands, and I was hoping Nefis or Kira would show that slide deck that I eventually showed today. Had it for well over a month. For some reason, it seems like Intrepid loaned $400K to Nutritions Inc. That's his brother's company. But they didn't loan it. They got a loan from him. But John doesn't know how to fucking format QuickBooks. The problem here is, Steven, even at the end, I was told by my source that Steven was being physically threatened. So I reached out to Steven as an officer, as a gentleman. I reached out and I said, are you physically safe? And he gave me a bullshit dance around answer. And I said, great, but are you physically safe? That's all I want to know. That's all the fuck because if you tell me, because remember, I'm a mandated reporter. Even though I'm not currently teaching, I'm not currently counseling, I'm a mandated reporter. And I don't want to get caught up in a bullshit. And Karthos can tell you about mandated reporter. It's a fucking nightmare because you get to the point where you're like, I don't want to be involved, but God forbid somebody come back along and say, well, Jay knew about this and he didn't do anything. I don't want that static in my life. But Steven's whole thing of, oh, well, let's be patient till discovery. Well, yeah, bitch, let's be patient till discovery. Why'd you seal the proceedings? Why did you choose? If you had nothing to hide, why did you seal the proceedings? If you had nothing to hide, then why are we in the boat that we're in? Why didn't you just reveal everything? Yeah, and just to talk about Karthos' situation. Karthos, the one I'm familiar with, the one that he had, and he and I talked about it, and it was like, yeah, because you know I'm a mandated reporter. He's a mandated reporter. You want to be like, look, man, Do I get involved? And I was like, yeah, fuck, you got no choice. 99.99999% likely ain't gonna hit you, but do you want to fuck your whole career up for some dirtbag that you don't even know? And it's a pain in the dick, right? Because you make the call and then you make the call and then they want information from you, and then like 5 months later on a wild Tuesday, they're like, hey, do you remember when you made this call? And you're like, no, I don't actually. And they're like, why not? You're like, because you didn't seem to think it was fucking important, so I fucking brain dumped it. Yeah, you were happy to help the kid, but the person taking the report acted like you were the asshole because you created work for him. Because now they're a mandated reporter and they have to fucking open another case. But when I was told by a third party that Steven was being physically threatened, I contacted the right people, and I don't know if anybody followed up with Steven, but I don't have to know that. But Steven was like, I care about my community. I care about my employees. Motherfucker, you care about your employees? I found $20 to $30 million. Now, 20 to $30 million. Let's go back to this, right? Let's just go back to that. $20 to $30 million out of that. Let's go the low end. Let's just do 20 million. Okay, let's do 20 million. 20 million divided by 135, 203, 517.55. That is, you pissed away. No, I'm sorry, you didn't piss away. You creatively accounted away 14.79% of the money. If we take 30 million, %. And that's just the big cuts. That's just the cuts I did in preparation for the show. That's these fucking notepads that I have that says Stephen Sharif got a $362,000 undocumented loan from Intrepid. That John Moore had $2.5 million in shareholder loans, but he wasn't a shareholder. $4.1 million in transfers to his account. 36 transfers with no documentation or explanation for another 1.7 million. Another 4.6 million, another 421 or 4.1 million, another 519,000, another 1.2 million, 1.4 million, 44,000. Another, no, that's, I've literally got page after page after page here of you care about your employees, you care about your community. You could have never taken a dollar. There was, how much in deposits was there? There was $16,201,041. And you pilfered away 20 million. We could add the Kickstarter to that. Don't tell me you loved your community, you lying cocksmith. Remember, this is the op-ed section. If you want to claim I slandered you or I libeled you in writing or fucking defamation of character, come at me, bro. Step up. Give my ass discovery. Because we ain't gonna be talking your QuickBook records. I'm gonna be up to my fucking neck in that 6009 account. So come after me. Because I would love to go through all your personal. Yeah, they paid $270 out to the wife. They claimed $2 million investment, but I can only find 1.4 million in contributions. Because Stephen, John, Robert, Jason, I don't go into fucking, I don't do anything half-cocked. Come after me for what I've said. Because there's some acronym people who'd like to meet you. They're called the American Civil Liberties Union. Because nothing I've said today is untrue. To the best, and that's why you saw a couple of times I said, nope, not going to say that. Let me walk that back. When I made the rude gesture, I forgot that Steven was gay because I don't see gay, I see people. I was like, I apologize. I shouldn't have done that. That was inappropriate for that particular person. It's the you're jerking me off motion. But he's gay, so I can't make that comment to him. Can't make that comment because it's rude and it's homophobic. I would make it if he was straight. I won't make it if he's gay because I know better. Got to read the room. Is he going to go to jail though? He should, but what are the odds he actually will? The thing is that in order for him to go to jail, a prosecutor has to prosecute him. I believe, listening to Jason Karamanis, I believe that if Jason doesn't get his money back, then Jason will contact the IRS because Jason will get um 15 to 30%. So all I want to say is this. If I had the documents, you bet your sweet ass that I would have gone to the IRS. I don't have enough documents. And the problem is if you set the IRS on the trail and you don't have all the ducks in a row, you don't get shit. But Jason is out $12 million, give or take. I don't remember what his exact is. But if he can get 15%, right? He can get $3 million back on the low end. Oh, nope. One too many digits there. He can get 4.5 million on the low end on this. If he gets the high end, because he gives them a very prosecutable case, he's going to get 6 back here, and he might get as much as 7.5. Public math after this many hours is not my strong suit. 9. Jason's out 12 million, but he could conceivably get 9 back by reporting him to the IRS. And going down the line, there's a shit there. Jeffrey Bard, let me say this. Actually, Jason Karamanis said he would take 25 cents on the dollar. Right after he said 50 cents on the dollar, he said 25 cents on the dollar because he was just ranting. So if he could get 3 million, he'd be happy. To the best of my knowledge, Jeffrey Bard had nothing to do with any of this. Margaret Crone, however, is a lying sack of shit. When she said, I didn't know about any of this, yes, you did, because you knew that all this... I do not believe that Margaret Crone didn't know how much money was being spent on marketing. Because obviously, Margaret, unless she was a trophy hire, would have been working with Critical Hit. But when Steven says shit like, we haven't spent any money on marketing, Margaret walked all over Steven on game design decisions. But Steven said wonderful quotes like this. And to think we really haven't done any marketing yet, just development updates and awesome fans, content creators. But we go through the budget and there's millions of dollars spent on marketing. You have millions of dollars in entries in marketing. Roshan had to have known, and so Karthos is finally vindicated. That's all I gave a shit about. One day, Roshan was being a dickbag to my friend. Karthos is my friend. He's being a dickbag. Karthos, I saw what was going on. I jumped in and I went after Roshan because my background, so you guys know, I started off in marketing. Newspaper advertising, then video advertising, radio advertising, and then I became an executive. I was a marketing person. I was doing money and marketing, and then I retired at 19. My mom got sick, burned through my holdings. I had assets, but I didn't have liquidity. I was in school. I was going to go to law school. I decided to become a Catholic school teacher because I liked teaching and I didn't need much money. I mean, I had my house, I had my cars, I had no student debt. When you're a simple man, I'm the Joker, Mr. J. Much love. I'm a simple man, right? Some gasoline and some bullets, it's all we need. I was very content to live my life in my little house, maybe have one kid. Wasn't ever going to move. Stay in the same house forever. Steven can't turn around and say, we didn't do marketing. Millions of dollars, bitch. Millions of dollars. When Roshan went after Karthos, I was like, yeah, the best part is Roshan got all pissed off because you mentioned, hey, that monthly development update email we get, it's marketing. It's showing the monthly cosmetics and linking us to the store. And actually, now that we know this, we can prove it, that's advertising. Because they were using MailChimp to do it. Advertising is marketing. It's paid marketing to get the consumer to do a thing. It's to get the monkey to push a button. Press the follow button. So I'm going to say thank you to all of you for hanging out. If you have questions, PM them to me on Discord or send a smoke signal. I don't give a fuck how you get it to me. Yeah, who's masquerading the truth now? I would love to do more, but I'm out. I'm out of energy. I'm still sick. I'm still recovering. I'm gonna get something to eat. I'm gonna lay down. Appreciate the follow. It means a lot to me. I want to thank everybody who was over on Kick today, just lurking. Kick's gonna help pay for some more music. I am out. I will see you guys Monday.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's imagination.